Also debatable.
Oh, oops. I keep doing that every time.
Let me pull them up, pull that up. There we go.
Aristotle.
Let me see if this communicates between sheets.
And
It does. Okay, so whatever the issue is, it's not single sheet locked because as far as I know, nobody else messed with Halanak Station, right?
nope.
Okay, so rolling any ship resets all of the ships, which is weird. Not quite sure how that works.
Oh well.
And
Yeah.
that
It was neat if it worked.
well, someone didn't watch enough Mr. Robot.
Right.
Clearly.
No, Mr. Phone. No, don't do that. Whatever it is you're trying to do, phone, stop. Well, no, I do need to see the chat. Thank you. All right then. Hello, everyone. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian, and we are playing yet another episode of Halanak Station, a Star Trek adventure TTRPG adventure. And last we left off, there had been some evidence gathered at Halanak Station, and a extraordinary alien creature encountered of rather mysterious origin that was imperiling the Da Vinci. So we are going to start with Halanak Station. And the crackles need to... 1 second. Lose. Oh, I see what's wrong. I fixed it. That fixed it. It fixed it. I saw it. Oh no, I can't hear them. Oh god.
Oh, we can hear you, Corbinian. Can you hear us?
Oh no, I can't. No, I can totally hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Were you asking for a log from the station?
I was going to.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Too zoomed out.
Personal log. 386057.8.4. I had previously dismissed the idea of Starfleet logs as being a waste of time when you are delivering a personal log in the height of a crisis, but after what I just went through with no one else to talk about, I think it helps to simply even say these ideas. I recently left a meeting with the Minister of Defense in which I successfully tricked him into admitting me into his how you say fascist book club, and learned of his imminent plans to take actions against democracy and our people on the upcoming Solidarity Day. And well, I don't know. And with the USS Da Vinci not in port, I don't know who I can trust to stop this, and if we will even be able to. All I can hope for is that they finish their mission soon and get back, and we can formulate some plan to stop this before it even begins. End log.
Somewhere mid-station, I imagine Seirana happens to come across the path of Talora.
Yeah, it's totally an accident.
I'm sorry, let me check the dates, but how long after the first episode is this? Or the last episode is this?
It's been a few hours. You're basically in the middle of the night currently.
Okay. Oh my god, okay. You're here. In fast. Look. I just exited a meeting with the Minister of Defense.
She'll hold up a little, like, It's a little handheld device. She'll just wave that back and like, I know.
Oh, he had you listening in. Okay, so you know everything? You heard all of it?
So, yes. It's a good thing that was tested on another one of your kind. Consensually tested on another one of your kind just before being given to you. I did
You
not know
know,
about the mind melding idea beforehand.
I wouldn't have doubted that the testing was consensual until you had to specify that. But given the current circumstances, I don't think I can investigate further. But yes, unfortunately, many Ufentari will use their psychic connection to avoid prying eyes. Prying ears in this case, I suppose. Can you get into contact with the Da Vinci? We need to establish comms with them to communicate. You need to establish secure comms that no one else can hear in order to inform them of what's going on.
It's feasible to do, yes. Ideally, you would want permission from the station's commanding officer. I mean, technically, you are, as the executive officer, are also in capability of issuing communication instructions.
Right now, who is
As for encryption, I can do that.
Who is the station's commanding officer right now? It's Thralic, right? But Thralic isn't
Yeah, that's
here.
me.
She's on the Da Vinci.
No, I'm not.
Thralick's on the station.
Oh, you're still on the station. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a very long day. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. You're right. I just you get working on establishing secure comms with the Da Vinci. I will see about informing Thralic. And
Very well.
what shift is it? It's the night shift?
Yeah.
So theoretically, Thralic should be asleep by now, right? To get ready for the day shift tomorrow?
I mean, theoretically, yeah.
It depends on what that alien's sleep cycle is, but generally the humanoids tend to sleep around this time. Not all of them. Denobulans, for example, don't sleep for some reason.
Okay, then I would like to, without looking it up in the computer, because that might make a log, I would like to, excuse me, without making anything that could leave an imprint, I would like to just shuffle over to Thralic's quarters and hope I can get in.
Oh, I can help you sneak there if you want.
Actually, in hindsight, you are the much stealthier character than I am, because I'm a big yellow slime who keeps getting caught. So why don't I stay in the safe house and you go out and sneak into Thralic's quarters to communicate
We
with
can
her?
sneak you to her quarters.
Okay, fine, I'll come with you, but if we get caught, it's your fault.
I mean, remembering that, Thor's like, I'm a liaison assistant. It's like, I can say things. Your words have far more weight than mine.
That's true. Fine, I will come with you.
But yes, subtlety. We can get across the station to Thralic's quarters. Don't worry, I already know what those are.
So it'll fall into a fitness security difficulty 3, because the only way to get to Thralic's quarters without drawing too much, well, avoiding main thoroughfares, or especially ones that there are lots of areas that are dual environments, so there is a lot of aquatic areas. So you're gonna you basically have to find paths that stay as far away from those pathways as possible, while still getting to Thralic's location.
Mm-hmm. The scenic route.
Yep. But also you're trying to do it within a reasonable amount of time, because otherwise your meandering may lead you into other problems.
Yes. It's a good thing that Kovic managed to scatter the soldiers gathered at like every opening.
Yeah, otherwise this would be unopposed. And actually, I will say, if you fail this, you can succeed at cost. You just take a long time to do it. We'd end the scene and come back to you after taking a significant amount of time getting there.
Yeah. It's like we spent like 3 hours in like a hollow production because the only way to get through was through a back door.
Yeah.
Much crawling later.
I'll give you a
Yeah, I'm
credit for
rolling an 8.
the reading.
I'm rolling an 8 here, so don't expect an assist from me. So, like, I would roll an
Don't worry, I
assist,
can make
but
it a
don't
science
expect
roll with a
result.
focus. Yeah. So she's done the reading on like the she's worked with Kovic, I'll say it's like on the harmonizer tunnel systems. Or not even the harmonizer tunnel systems, on his tunnel systems.
Does Kovic have a tunnel system?
There's a sort of
He's got
harmonizer.
smuggling paths that he's busted.
Pathways through this. Yeah, I'm sorry. When you said tunnels, I was picturing him digging underground. Okay, I know what you mean.
That would be funny as well. But yes, that gives her 14 and a focus. She's reliable. But I don't see anything there helping or hindering.
Not with that attitude.
Oh, okay. I'll give you 3 then.
Nope.
Amazing. 7 and a 10. Don't worry. Well, you know what? Survival's always been about staying at least one step ahead. And this seems rather, well, a fun situation to say the least.
A value call?
Yes.
I will take it.
Just on the books of, they're going very secret police statey, and she knows exactly what that means, so survival seems pertinent. There we go.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, it is a lot better. Just needed some encouragement. Reminding her of the secret police seems to have done it.
So,
5.
generation of 2. As, yeah, you're able to... It takes a bit, but eventually you're able to come up to it's not a back door per se, it's more of a side door that allows Captain Thralic, the station commander, because this is the quarters, because I presume, Thralic, that you went to your personal quarters to rest for the night.
Yes, I did. Or I'm off shift at least. So I'm there.
Reading files,
last we
doing
left
something.
off, well, as of last time, you sent an emergency communique to the Da Vinci.
This is true, yeah, I did.
But you're probably, I would say that you're probably down here, if nothing else, for like a change of uniform and a quick refresher, because you're probably about to head back up again, because you know.
Yeah,
there's...
like how much time between last? I know we just covered this. But it's been like a couple hours. You said?
A couple hours, yeah. It's in the middle of the night right now.
So, yeah, seems like I may have, because I remember Haifa like cut comms with me and said I was too late, so I might be have been trying to reestablish contact and be taking a break from that.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna go to my quarters, hit the refresher, get something to eat. I can try again in a bit. I can try it from my console maybe. And then there's your main door where people can come through, but in the station commander's area there is 2 escape areas that you can go out to. One goes into the dual environment system in case the station commander is an aquatic. That's something that would come up for them. And there's also one for non-aquatics. And that's the non-aquatic side door is where Telora and Seirana have come in. Or they haven't come in. The two of you get to that door.
Mm-hmm. Do you break in? I guess.
No.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
She'll probably, I mean, she would just, I'm guessing there's not a button to press, it's not a normal door, so it's probably knocking. A quick 3, pause, 3.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Thralic, you hear that knocking come from the side, one of the side doors?
All right, I will,
Throw a grenade.
I'll grab a
Well-
I'll grab a phaser, and have that in an offhand, and then I'll go and crack open the door.
And then the low lighting, you find yourself faced off with an Upatari and a Romulan. Initiative. No.
Yeah.
Very small little hand wave, like. Good
Yeah,
evening,
yeah,
Captain.
like a little awkward wave and like a Captain. I know it's off hours, but we need to talk. This is urgent.
Come in. Like, when you first see her, she is completely guarded, and then she relaxes a little bit, says, "Come in," stands aside, opens the door.
Tiller will just
Sounds
turn
good.
around and close the door while they start talking. Like, yep.
Yeah. The phaser goes back onto a little stand on the desk, I think.
Captain, can we trust that your room is a safe place to communicate?
I would bug it, just if I were. From an intelligence standpoint, I mean. So.
PM.
Yeah.
Is this something I would have to roll for, or can I presume that I have my quarters swept regularly? Because having my quarters swept regularly feels in character.
If someone did plant something, the standing difficulty for them to get by is at least 3. To get past at least difficulty 3, they can evade normal security measures. That's the rating of your station. If you trust that someone with didn't hit diff 4 or diff 5 or higher, you're probably okay.
So what I'll say is, someone good could have gotten in. I might have been able to. I have these quarters swept every 48 hours, but if you're concerned, I'll do a sweep myself.
Yes, I think it would be highly pertinent to do that first.
All right. Then, GM, I'd like to grab a tricorder and lean into some of my old security training. Do a sweep for listening devices.
Okay, we're gonna say reason security difficulty 3, because you're basically doing a fresh new sweep.
Mm-hmm. Focus and observation.
I'll take it.
Okay. Can I make a play for insight instead of reason here?
No, you definitely need your tricorder for this.
Okay.
Because it could be planted in a wall, or it could be invisible, something like that.
Yeah.
If you want the instance, it could reasonably happen.
Sure. Yeah. I'll take an assist here. Retreat here, maybe. These both feel like they're on opposite sides of maybe, but Hoplite Commander and Decorated Military Family.
Oh god, no. Decorated military family will work.
Take it down to 2. And then I'll just buy a third die with momentum.
Slacker.
I know. No, it's so lazy of me.
I gain 1.
Yep, generate 1.
Oh, that's why everything's so slow. Go away.
Yeah, you don't. You do find like an old harmonizer bug, but there's a half moment of, oh, you found one, and then it's oh, wait a minute, right? You're gonna have someone remove the physical. It's already disabled. The Halanak, the harmonizers aren't using it, so it's just a matter of you pulled it apart. But now it's a matter of we have to get someone in to get some tools and physically remove it from the behind the wall.
Yeah,
but it's disabled. It's safe. That's the only that one you already knew about. And the harmonizers, and it's rendered non-functional, but it still needs an installation.
All right, I'd say we're clear.
Okay. I have been working my way up I have been infiltrating the far right sector of our politics for quite some time now. And I have recently, I was in a meeting with the Minister of Defense, Jaffa, where they dropped all pretenses of secrecy and okay, take a further step back. Recently, I noticed some very suspicious actions on the part of the Prime Minister Jaffa. There was little information on them out there. Yeah. And that I wanted to learn more about them. I wound up researching them, and this got me in deep trouble with them. And in the end, they put out a bogus warning for my arrest. They were trying to silence me from figuring out who they were and what they wanted. And because of this, I went to Kofik, and we began an investigation into the matter. And I didn't think it would ever get this bad, but it has. I was in the meeting with the Minister of Defense, and I linked with him, and I saw the plans that he has for our species, and it's terrible, Thralic. On Solidarity Day, in only a few short days, they are going to plan a strike against the government, and we have to stop them.
Toller is just holding a pad towards Thralic while Saran is talking, just at the appropriate time, just holds out a pad to her.
I'll take it.
Which is just the proof of what Saran is saying from the listening device. Oh, she'll turn over. You see the little straps she's got going over each shoulder. She'll turn one of those over, and there's just a little harmonizer communication device there. I'm technically a deputy at the moment. Again. So that's
Good to know, Sub-Lieutenant.
Which makes that...
I was going to have some slight concerns otherwise.
Actually, not only that, the FIS turns out to be a one-party consent state, so Serana's consent is all that's necessary from a civilian angle as well.
Well, that makes things legally less complicated, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Star Captain. What exactly is it that you wish from me here? I have seen some of these signs. I hadn't realized things had progressed this quickly, but the last I checked in with FIS Politics, the movement you endorsed seemed to be leading in this direction.
He kind of makes a series of stops and starts and faces and says, this isn't what I wanted. I wanted to keep our people safe. I wanted to ensure that our democracy, our freedom, our safety, and our neutrality could continue to survive. I did not want us to become monsters like this. I did not want us to attack anyone. I didn't want us to abandon our principles here. I just wanted to keep ourselves safe. This is too far for me. I don't know how it got this far. I don't know how it got this bad this quickly. And quite frankly, I don't know what we can do about it. Any action we take against them will be in one form or another treason. And, well, I don't see how that's a leap we can easily make. Theoretically, this could be enough information to open a harmonizer investigation, maybe get the Parliament in on this to remove them from their post. But I think any action that we take against them, that they take note of, will spring their trap, and they will just move their plans up.
I agree. This has been intercepted too late for a formal inquiry to do much but let the parties in question know that you're not on side with them. My options here are somewhat limited, Sarah. I only have one ship at my command here, and too much of a heavy hand is going to not only look bad for the Federation, but also breach the Halanak Agreement itself. We're not here to meddle with your internal politics. However, I do wish to help you with this, as this is not an end that I would wish for any civilized people.
If I may, your Halanak agreement, that specifies the Federation cooperating with the legal government of the FIS?
It does. That's where I was getting to. If we can prove that the actions being undertaken here are in direct contravenience of established FIS law and preempt this attack, we can potentially justify our actions under the Halanak Accord. It's tricky footing, and it will require that we get someone with probably a little bit more authority than you, Star Captain, to sign off on my assistance.
I will attempt to put out feelers to other members of the FIS government, perhaps even the it's not the Prime Minister, GM. What's their title? The presiding speaker. Perhaps even the presiding speaker, but I can't promise results.
Of course. And in fact, it'd probably be better if it wasn't you who reached out. We have this evidence, and having you two involved would probably risk a reprisal.
Yes, as hopefully you are not as under as much suspicion or involvement, you should probably be the one to approach the presiding speaker.
I'll do what I can, and I'll do it quickly. However, Star Captain, if things go badly here, I would say that what you brought me is enough to qualify for damn it, why are words leaving my brain?
Asylum?
Asylum, that's what I was going for, thank you. To qualify for asylum, if you request it.
He kind of like looks at you and thinks for a moment and says, "Thank you. I appreciate the offer. I really do. But I would rather die my last breath fighting for the freedom of the FIS than live a century in exile while the country crumbles. We will give this all we can, and that's all we can do."
Now that much I can heartily respect. All right then. Let's get to work.
Oh, what do you wish me to do, Captain? Oh, well. Officially, I'm working for Kovic at the moment. I could continue to act, or continue forward acting as a protector for Serana, more or less.
For now, yes.
No, the longer you spend around me, the greater chance that someone on Jaffa's team takes notice of our connection. And if I am seen around a foreigner like you, they will become suspicious of me.
Great.
Perhaps there are a great many Romulans in that perspective of yours.
It seems that the other that your party has called into question as being most dangerous is the Federation. So allying with Romulan would not arouse undue suspicion.
I can also observe from a distance. That is also capable. If anything happens, I should be able to reach you relatively quickly, as long as you keep that device in you.
Very well. Very well. You make good points. In that case, I will continue to go about my duties. And she kind of is at a loss for words. And well, I guess we should just meet back here in 12 hours to see what Frolic is able to get out of the presiding speaker.
We should meet as infrequently as we can manage, I would say. Elora, how much time before the Captain of the Stars is missed?
Given the hour a time of shift, an hour and a half, give or take.
All right. Then let's set as many plans as we can for now. And GM, I'd like to potentially roll for some advantages here.
Such as?
Of some sort of plan-related advantage, because I'm not thinking very clearly today.
So
not going through the entire not role-playing through the entire meeting, but spending the next hour devising contingencies and various routes forward for the three of us to pursue.
I would call that insight command opposed.
Yeah,
All
I'm not thinking amazingly clear either, so I don't actually know what I should be doing next.
I'm I think I know what's going on, which is, I believe it's not a direct coup, it's something's going to attack the station, the Defense Forces does its thing amazingly to protect everyone because they know exactly what's going to happen, and now they're the heroes, and that's the drive to change everything.
The right
Yeah,
stack
these
has
are
been
very
punched
likely.
down, and we need to give emergency powers to the Chancellor.
Yeah, so the counter to that is the
If we
people who
preempt
are
that,
going to attack show up, and they get their shit handed to them.
Oh,
Yeah.
actually,
then there's nothing to do.
I'll walk that back. Actually, I have a better way of resolve.
Okay.
I just need thinking of.
So actually, as a note, Thralic, if other forces could be contacted on the Federation's behalf, that could be interesting. By that, I mean any other starship that might be within reasonable proximity.
I'll put out some calls and see what I can do.
I would say I would talk to the state, but I'm a sub-lieutenant.
Hey, it's your embassy too. You can go.
Well,
The downside
I
is you're
understand that your
Yeah,
ship's rather busy at the moment.
That is also true. And by sub-lieutenant, I mean she's not even technically an officer. She holds no pull.
Mm-hmm.
She knows a senator. That's it.
She's
because she was
He's
the bodyguard
assigned
to
to
her.
a centurion.
Yeah. She could lie and say it's on his behalf.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would agree with it later.
Yeah. Probably.
If you want, I can try. If we can contact the Da Vinci, it's better that way.
I'll see if I can get in contact with the Da Vinci and some of the other ships that are in the region.
It doesn't
not
have to be a
sure.
full alert, but if they could do a patrol by and that throws a wrench in the works, then, or a patrol by on that particular day. What, 5 days from now? Was it 5?
About that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put out a call.
I need this.
If you need any adjustments to communication lines done for encryption purposes, just a little smile.
I might ask you about embedding a sub message within a fleet broadcast that's of low priority, but
Possible, yes.
right. I'll come back to you with that if need be.
But just general plan of action of a few different. Oh my lord,
Extended
Okay.
task.
it makes sense.
Plans to counter the Minister of Defense. So, that's a D, not an S. Unless in some language, defense is spelled with an S. It might be. I don't know. I am not a linguist. But, work 20, magnitude 4, resistance 3, difficulty 3. You have 5 cracks of the can. We will be cutting over to you, rather. So each scene you'll come back and be able to try. So, I'll iterate what happened. As we kind of montage a little bit through your planning and meetings and various other moments. I will say, as a narrative note, that Kovic is currently in talks with the relevant judiciaries to argue his case. Half of it is just catching up with the Harbinger issue, and the other half is trying to get the judiciary to prepare to make moves against the Minister of Defense in closed-door meetings. So the reason you would know this is Taora would be notified because you're a deputy, because he wants you to know. It's like, you need to handle whatever this is for now. I am completely tied up arguing in front of multiple panels.
That QE badge she has is literally one way or two way. It's only to between Kovic's badge and hers.
Yeah.
So she can't talk to Seirana through it, for example. But she has it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, the type of task roll, that'd be helpful.
That would be helpful.
Which one are you best at, Frog?
I mean, technically I'm best at presence command, but only by a little bit.
Ooh, spicy.
Is best of control, presence, reason plus command. And actually, I'll add an extra wrinkle to it. Each time you do one, you can't use it again on a subsequent scene, because until you've used each of them at least once, and then you can reset and use any of them as you are, because you're kind of waiting because as the first plan's going, you're moving on to the second plan, moving on to the third plan. First plan's done, now you need to refresh what you're doing, so you kind of have to cycle through.
Okay.
So you're coming because you want to keep Jaffa moving, because you have a small, a veritable army of assistants and command attaches and operational officers and enlistees. So does Jaffa. So this is a war of bureaucracy, without actually coming at each other, without actually blatantly shooting at each other. So.
So we're just like moving loyalists into position, attempting to move loyalists to him out of position, and just overall attempting to make things as difficult as possible for him to wrest as much control as possible over the proceedings. It is called Solidarity Day, by the way, right? I got the name right?
Harmony Festival.
Harmony Festival. Oops.
Though Solidarity Day kind of, I think, is a different festival, different thing. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I was like, you could call them this. It's interchangeable names. Never mind, different day.
Okay. So is that the idea? What this is us making plans to ensure control over Harmony Fest?
I think shorthand is just keep the opposition off balance, really.
Okay.
Maintaining a large amount of, because you don't want Jaffa to get into the position he almost was in last session, where he had choke points locked. It's like that kind of happened it wasn't like a big dramatic move. It was a very subtle, people happen to come here, people happen to walk here. It's like, how about we happen to not let you get into positions that are useful to you? That sort of thing.
In that case, then I will make assists for you as you need, Frolic.
So I am going to ask what your stats here are, because it might make sense for you to lead
You mean
on
roller? Okay. My control
specifically
is
because
10.
I have so many talents that help me assist people.
My control is 10. My presence is 10. My reason is 10. My command is 4.
Okay.
No.
So you're rolling a little bit worse than I am because I have command 5. However, I think my
The assist benefits are way better.
benefits. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, my assist benefits make this worthwhile for you to technically lead at least the like control and reason
Okay,
roles. I
sure.
might
You'll
go and
lead
tag
the
in roll
presence, and I'll sure. That's a good way. All right. How about I go, then you go, then I go. All right. So
That sounds
control command. A focus in FIS law. I would like to, luckily I have a network of agents, many of whom are loyalists to me. I would like to legally make arguments against the positions of any of his loyalists and overall put cases and court findings and other things in between his men and the levers of power.
I'll take that, sure.
All right. Okay. The traits of Steel Fleet Officer, prestigious in the FIS, political operative, and negotiator. I think any of them could come up, so up to you.
Your prestigious nature can help with resistance or difficulty. Your Stellar Fleet Officer will actually add to complication because you're technically operating against your superior. But it's just complication. It's one of those, if you happen to say the wrong thing at the wrong time, you are technically correct, but not procedurally correct. And it can turn into a problem.
It's treason, but it's light treason. Okay.
And it's treason depending on if he wins or not.
And political operative, given the way you're coming at it, I will say that will help with difficulty or resistance or complication, as the case may be.
Sure, I will drop resistance by 1 and difficulty by 1, so that's diff 2 and resist 2.
Correct.
Okay. Task roll. What do we have for resources? 2 momentum, 10 threat. 1 threat, 2 momentum. Let's go.
Right. You have a reroll from my advisor talent.
So that's 3 momentum. All right, so now we're rolling.
Assist here, which is going to generate a bonus.
And if Talora is assisting, I'd make an argument for potentially using science instead through analysis or identification.
Or is it taking up your turn to communicate with the Da Vinci and other ships?
Or if that's happening, yeah. I don't know.
That won't burn your turn. No, ow.
Okay.
That'll be okay.
It's also part of this.
So you're asking for if you could use science instead. I would take either con or security, given the argument Sayrana came at it with.
Con or security? Okay. We'll go with security then. Surveillance focus.
Yep.
Potentially, yeah. Oof, just shy. But she tried.
So that's 6 challenge dice I require, Sayrana.
And before you roll those, my coordinated efforts allows you to choose between Scrutinize 2 or Progression 1 for those challenge dice. You can either...
Okay, what... Progression is the...
Progression is equivalent to Vicious, and Scrutinize is equivalent to Piercing.
Alright, I get to choose between one of them?
Yep.
Yes.
What do you think?
I think Progression 1 is generally more useful, especially because we're dealing with an odd number for resistance.
Well,
Sure.
actually, no, it's an even number. It's a 2. But it's enough that we can just spend it. It's like not high enough.
Yeah, it's enough that we can
Yeah,
spend it.
alright.
Yeah.
Alright, then I will go for the progression.
And how much momentum did we make on that roll? We made 2.
The difficulty was 2, and we rolled 3, 4, 5, 6.
6.
So 4.
All right.
So we should have 4 total, because I spent 2.
And that's 2, 4, 6,
Cool.
7 hits that you've got.
And then
7
we also
hits.
have a momentum floating from another one of my talents because you succeeded on
Okay.
Miracle.
So then why don't we just spend 1 to get rid of the 2 resist?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's knowing raw. I forget, can you get
7.
multiple breakthroughs? Like, can you get multiple breakthroughs on a single roll? No,
only
right?
if we fill the work track.
Okay.
Which is 20.
Yeah.
In that case, I think that's good.
Yeah.
So, a good chunk of the night is spent researching, looking up stuff, and writing various forms to prepare for the Minister of Defense's Jaffa's ploys and plans. That will end the scene for now as we head over to Da Vinci and its peril.
Oh, it's a vacation. I don't know what you're on about. Isn't that right, Haifa?
Yeah.
If Haifa was still alive, that's what they'd say.
Haifa was never alive.
You're
What?
just a dirty synth.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, last that you had put up some shields and you were able to break the connection that it had with some of your crew. And a huge chunk of crew was able to wake up from their stupor. But you are still in the system. You still have the rescuees aboard. I believe you launched a shuttle. You have Silak running, heading down. At the top of this round, they've arrived at the shuttle bay to ready to launch.
That's to be countermanded. That was because we are past the worst of it. That was a
oh god moment.
Yeah.
That's a if the ship is unrecoverable.
Someone knows what happens.
Yeah.
What happened?
Sheena was on the way to the bridge.
Yeah. Sheena was supposed to arrive top of round as well, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hostile still at medium range.
I'm gonna look through personnel records to find our highest rated Scion.
Who is your highest rated Scion aboard?
I'm sorry, you want to have them communicate with it, I'm assuming?
If possible. Or at least, I mean, depending on the type of psionic, if it's not touch psionics like Vulcans, right, then they can also tell emotions and stuff, right?
Empathy.
We would have to lower our shielding.
We currently do have the myth type shielding online.
You are correct.
We have a couple Vulcans, none of them have psionic traits.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have as well a Deltan, but again, no psionic traits, just the Deltan trait.
All right, then. Then I will say for now, we go and put a tractor beam on the damaged ship, and we will take it back to Halanak Station for recovery, because we are not equipped to investigate this, and I'm not going to accidentally kill a creature or cause this creature any more suffering. If there was some way we could reliably communicate with it by having a Scion, I would, but it's already shown that it has some kind of reaction to electromagnetic signals, right? So trying to bombard it with those to talk to it's probably useless. So
It's okay.
Yeah. I will order the current con officer to set course for the
The freighter.
the freighter.
I believe we are in we're in close but not contact with it, or not. Whatever the one that's just one far away from being able to track her it is.
Well, no, because we spent a while doing search pattern,
Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. My misremembering.
but we're not that far from it either.
So, whose actions being spent for con officer to basically maneuver? It's a no roll because you're moving one zone, so you just use your RCS thrusters and kind of. You whip around the planet and then get over to where it is.
Thought we had left combat rounds last time. Are we back in them?
Had we left combat? No, I don't think we had left combat rounds.
Yeah, because we didn't even make one full round of combat before it was kind of resolved. Like
you broke the connection at Happy. You're still in combat. You just got a lot of crew back, and it did try to attack, but you had your shields withstood the hit.
Yeah. No, it did try to attack us after we raised the shields. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, it's currently in close range with us and attacking.
Well, medium, to correct you.
Okay, medium, sorry. It close distance is what I should have said.
Yeah. You could maneuver over to the thing to grab it and then get ready to leave. Escape is totally an option in combat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We have no idea of what it is, other than apparently extremely.
Extremely
powerful as a sonic entity.
I wouldn't even go for escape. I would call it a disengage, right? Because we don't want to fight them, and I don't think they want to fight us either.
Well, we'll carry out the order.
Maybe not.
Well, no. I mean, the description we got last time was that the active sensor pings were harming them.
That was the information that Lieutenant Sheena provided to you.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't think we have any
provoking
reason to say that was wrong.
Yeah. I'm saying out of character it might be.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
It's irrelevant out of character.
Yeah.
What we know is what we know.
Yep.
But yeah, okay, so recover the ship and make I'm guessing a wider berth attempt to leave the system.
Yeah, so do one of you want to say you are flying the ship?
Yeah, you can have my action to eat that.
Okay, so maneuver. You basically move because you're kind of in orbit. You're kind of in your search pattern, so you kind of just drift over back and get yourself back settled into orbit where the ship is. It's not very far for you. You have moved to long to target. Do you wish to keep or swift?
We have free keep.
All right, then I will go using my action to order Sarai to get the ship in a tractor lock.
Mm-hmm. That is a control plus security. Web security. Difficulty of what? Glad you asked. Difficulty of 2. Yep. And it uses 1 power because obviously. Throwing out a huge beam of light that has a gravitational force enough to yank a ship from orbit. Just a small amount of energy.
A little bit.
Actually, if it's possible, Thralic or Serana, can you use your turn to do this?
Yeah, I can.
Because I I want to do this, and then I want to give the creature a turn, because if the creature doesn't attack us, maybe we take a little bit longer and look into this, right? And I can't split I can't split a swift task across the creature's action, right?
I mean, it did attack us again already, but...
It did after the shields went out?
Yeah, after the shields went up, it attacked us again.
Okay, well it gets one more chance.
Breach resistance.
It gets one more chance to appeal to my Starfleet values.
Okay.
It's very Starfleet of you.
Yep. Dink, you hit my shields. I'm not hurt, so I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. So, bye now.
I'm gonna keep looking at you until it hurts.
We've stopped doing anything active, and we have moved further away from it. So now we see if it was defensive or if it's offensive.
Yeah, because it could have been reactive. It could have been just retaliating.
Yeah, no, that's valid.
Yeah. All right. So focus in Starship Tactical Systems.
Yep. Tractor beam is a tactical system.
Silent.
Wonderful.
Repulsor beam into the planet. No evidence left behind. No. Cat agrees with me.
Glad to hear it.
It's like knocking a glass off a table, except it's a pole ship.
Yeah, I'll give you a threat for bolt security.
Certainly. Boop.
Haifa looks around, not knowing when we got a Cation crew member.
I've been here the whole time.
What's that voice?
Cation voice, but not main character voice. His main character energy is me, so.
Right. Okay.
Oh, that was NPC energy.
Oh, okay. Ryloff is airlocked. Why? I have 12 threat. I'll make up a reason. I need ships, weapon security.
You're going to get more than one.
It's true.
But you could fix it for just this roll.
Ship weapon security? Okay, yeah.
You could just
Let me
manually
fix it for
roll it
just
to
this
check
roll.
the die. Jeez.
True.
You said weapons?
Wep security, yep.
There you go, just to be disappointing.
3 momentum was generated from that roll. 1 power from the ship was used. You have a tractor lock on the distressed ship. Swift task or letting it go to them? I'm asking just out of completion's sake.
Let it go to them.
Well, now you die.
For record's sake, I believe we were resistance 10. Unless that is reset.
No, I'm going to let you keep that. Because that was a question that was asked to me. It's like, hey, are we going to lose this when the session ends?
Yeah.
That'd be kind of a jerk move, just saying.
Yeah, I was not going to waste that time if it was going to go away.
It begins to drift around the star. Creature seems to be moving closer.
Oh, wow. Hide whatever threat you happen to be.
And a lance of energy rapidly approaches the ship.
Domination, question mark?
I'm pretty sure this one was Eternity.
Hmm?
I thought this one was Eternity.
It could be that. Oh, you're right, yeah. Yeah,
Like I'm pretty sure we learned that it was Eternity.
What is?
Don't worry about it.
smiley face.
Oh no,
Cannons.
sorry, it's cosmic.
There you go. Got me
You're
checking.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think you learned that. I didn't know that. I think Sheena's the only one that does.
Yeah, no,
cosmo-
she is the only one who knows that.
The cosmos are infinite. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Rerolling the 20
You see,
and the
it
17.
sounds a lot like Eternity.
Oh my god.
Right.
I think he hits us, boys.
I think so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Does
Five
this
hits.
meet the Starfleet aggression levels of not
Gain
no
3
longer
threats.
attempting diplomacy?
Your shields are increased, so I can do that. So you a hurricane.
Hopefully, like a very weak hurricane,
I hope, yeah.
like the kind that goes away before it hits the coast.
Oh, I know what I can do, because I know the last hit didn't work.
God damn it!
That said, that just changes the type of damage. I still have to roll because your shields are still there. So I actually still have to hope I roll enough damage for this to matter. It's this, not that. It's this, not that. Reroll the whiffs.
You don't have to.
No, but it wants to. There we go.
Oh my god, they're all effects too. Does it have vicious?
Just double checking that. I think I know what I want to do, but I want to make sure it actually does what I think it does. Not just say, yeah, sure, it does whatever. It's like, no, there's a thing I'm doing.
For that's enough that if it's vicious or piercing, I'm pretty sure it gets through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, piercing 2. It would have to be piercing 2, not piercing 1. If it's both, that just hurts.
I don't want it to be both. Don't put that out into the universe.
It's cosmic, it's already in the universe.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. It is the universe.
I am the quiz. That's how to write.
Time to add new trait, Burning Door.
Uh-huh.
What? I mean, ding. It's in here. I know it's in here. Only so many books.
Cosmic managed to remove itself from existence. That's great.
Oh, wow.
No.
Impressive.
I mean, on the scale of cosmic possibilities, that's definitely one of them. It's just its least preferred option.
Yeah.
Sorry about this, folks. I just plain forgot where it is.
Thrall, I'm pretty sure in the Midnight Watch game it was cosmic. That was just No You Don't by my guy, wasn't it?
Was it? I don't remember. It was definitely one of those in that era.
Yeah. It was in the final fight. It was like, I'm going to do this all-powerful ending thing. It's like, I have a talent that says no.
Yeah, but I mean, I know it was both in that era, and I also think it was a force that was of that era.
It was
it wasn't one of the old ones. Yeah.
Either way, that was funny.
Yeah. And I think it was cosmic, because I think it was more of a spatial thing rather than a temporal
Either way, I wish
thing.
we had that talent right now.
God, yeah, that's such a fun talent.
From a fun
Once
game.
per round,
Yeah.
say no.
Okay, so I might as well just say it because it'll help me find it faster. I'm looking for radiation. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
My brain, I just cannot control find it for my life.
Dang.
I think it's in core book, and I'm struggling to find it.
I would assume it's in core book, yeah.
I think it's in core book.
Don't worry, we're all opening our PDFs now.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't want to spoil, but it's like at this point, I want to get it done sometime tonight.
Is it called something else in its like effect or something?
Go to the thing.
Well, it's not listed in
Environmental
Utopia
damage
Planitia
types.
as an energy weapon.
No, it's listed under dangers for environmental damage types, but not what it does. Oh wait, that doesn't translate to ship combat.
Yeah, it's also not listed under the types of torpedoes. or the types of mines. Unless you would call it nuclear.
Or reskin the plasma fire.
Yeah, because plasma fire is what, like persistent or something?
Why would it be persistent?
Actually, haha. Hi.
See now, ha 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 ha. It wasn't the science book. Damn it! I
Oh, it's
doubted
in the
myself.
science
Yeah.
It was going to be in
science,
whichever
okay.
book you looked in last. That's
Yeah.
how these
Sadly,
things
I looked
go.
at it first, but I must have misspelled radiation or something. But when I typed in gamma, I found it. I was like, okay, I'm just being dumb today. So, piercing 2, vicious 1.
Oh my god.
Oh god!
It is both.
What?
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is pierced.
Why'd I have to be right?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 damage.
Okay. Well, I believe our shields were still up, question mark?
Yeah.
Okay, so the shields are up. We've taken 5 damage. That is, the shield resistance drops and we take a breach, correct?
You do take a breach, yes. And you're right on
No,
both
we don't.
ends.
No,
One.
I can't do that. I don't have the right metal to do that. Tragic.
Breach on communications.
Oh,
That would explain how I wasn't able to get back through.
Narratively convenient. Look at that.
Yeah. I love when the dice do that.
Yeah, you're subject to a concentrated gamma radiation beam as you notice as sensors detect that it channels some of the radiation away from the star that it's near, and it flings it through. It channels it through itself and flings it out at your ship. And your shields shield your crew from being irradiated.
Shields down 80%, Captain.
Turn goes back to friendlies.
Breach to communications. Captain?
I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
This is the player's thinking.
Yeah.
Spinny emblem on Hiva's face now.
Cutscene loading.
Uh-huh.
What's that adventure game that just came out recently? Friggin' Star Trek Revengeance or something like that?
For the record, if you need someone to pilot, Rylov has a con of 3. But they would have to be directed at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But just for your reference.
Hold on.
Gamma radiation. That was very rude, and I don't like that I was correct about being both piercing and release.
I mean, it makes sense, but
It makes
yeah, I don't like it either.
I can agree with the choice and still not like that it happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Um. Are we in FIS space?
No, you're outside of it. You're in the same sector, but you're outside of their space. Actually, I'll show you where you are, because you are right here.
Off to the right, Delta.
You're in subsector Delta.
All right. I can't think of a single good reason to stay. It's
Fair.
not FIS space.
Yeah.
It's not Fed space. But really, those are the two reasons you would stay.
The ship that is going to arrive is still several days out, so we can leave and let them know that, hey, maybe don't.
Yeah. Because if we were, I think we would take advantage of the Da Vinci's adaptable energy weapons, and we would hit them with an ionic beam for piercing and dampening, take away its power. But
That sounds so sick, but I don't think there's a reason to do it.
yeah, I can't find there. Even if I want to do this fight, there's no good reason in universe to do this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Not at this
Agreed.
time, anyway. We definitely have the reasons to leave, reassess, prepare, and return in a more advantageous situation.
Yeah, it's not the Starfleet way to pick fights. You don't have
It
to
definitely
fight.
seems like the Starfleet situation of, we'll leave, but we're coming back.
All right.
You know?
Then I will direct Rylov to get us out of here. So yeah, the response is very good, Centurion. Set a course for Halanak, maximum warp.
Hi, Captain.
You're
Oh.
Hmm?
I'm also going to use my miner to override comms, so the comms are restored.
Oh, yes.
For sure. Restore, yeah. And he
Control-
can use a miner to... Oops, sorry.
Control con difficulty 1, since you're overriding, unless you're, and engine con 2 for the ship, and you have to call out how much power you are using.
The answer
I
is...
was saying, he can't just miner go over there.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
being
you would.
you're being directed though.
You would need to spend a momentum.
Oh, I thought... Duh. I
You
mean,
have to
yeah,
say, oh, that's
it could
true.
be-
Yeah, if you spend a momentum, you'd gain a minor because all you've been given is your main.
Yeah.
Your,
I mean, it
main
could be worth
action.
it to do that, because we don't roll
It turns into a div 0.
unless you want it to be a roll. Like, he doesn't have a focus and it's a 3, so it's a 13 that he's rolling. He can do it. Actually, you know what? I'll do this. I'll do this the funny way.
Okay.
We have a mission directive to recover the crew and the ship safely.
You do.
We'll use that.
He's
That
trying to
is
do that to
applicable.
avoid court martial. He needs the dice.
Shush.
Oh,
Yeah, if that would apply in the situation, given this is a hostile entity, we have both the vessel and the crew in tow or aboard us. Any harm to our vessel is putting the civilians at risk.
Yep.
Okay, lovely. And then I'll just roll the 2. I apparently forgot to press the buttons, but one of those is a 3, which is a crit. Actually, I don't have a focus, so no, it's not. And the other one's an 8, so those both hits. That's 4 successes. Great. Lovely. Don't you love when you do that and you didn't actually need to?
plus.
And I keep it.
Plus ship. This is mainly a
Uh,
complication check, is what I'm looking for.
Oh my god!
How did the ship roll 5?
I was working on the ship. It might have like I don't know why it. Why?
That's funny. It also sucks that, like, 3 of those were crits. Also, as for power spending, let me double check what the ship has. Am I good to swap to that side of the sheet? Whoever's looking at the back?
It's actually really bad that that happened, because that means we'll never get that lucky again.
Yeah,
Wait, what is the roller set to?
the roller currently is set to 1.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. So what I did, I tell you what I did. It's missing the attribute that tells it how many dice to use. I added it back. So if you look at all the other sheets, there is a whether it's for a starship or a person, it's called like either add dice or crew add dice. But on a starship, it's supposed to be ship add dice, and this one was missing that. So I just manually entered it, but I could when I was testing it before we started rolling it, it wasn't working, and I didn't really want to bog Corbinian down while he was trying to roll the intro by rolling a bunch of times.
No, that's fair.
14 power requisition?
I don't know. No, 15.
15? Okay. Yeah, if you're willing to go higher, then sure.
I don't know. Highest. Go the highest.
Oh, I mean, the highest is 16.
No, don't do that.
15 power, then yeah. No, don't do that.
Because we could get this power back with click if we need to, but we can't start with no power.
That was funny, though.
No. Yeah, you go as fast as the nacelles will take you. And
I mean, if we need to create advantages, we certainly can, such as, you know, flying through a convenient-looking nebula to potentially throw off anything.
Oh,
Yeah.
do we have floating?
Yep.
Yeah, we've got 4 floating.
Oh,
So
right.
if there is a
What?
convenient-looking
Oh!
nebula, that might be a great one.
Hold on. No, why don't you do this?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you spend 2
Mm-hmm.
on a swift action?
Mm-hmm.
full strength.
No. And 2 to buy a third dice and do the recover power task. And
Okay.
I will spend 1 on collaboration engineering, 1 off the table, so that you have a 5 in engineering and a focus in. Oh, I may not have a focus for shields. I have EPS system. Oh yeah, because it's not shields, this is power. So yeah, I can give you a focus and a 5 in engineering.
Okay. We'd need to end up spending 1 other thing to actually get the dice you're talking about. But,
No, because if you're swift tasking. No, you're right, I guess.
Yeah.
No, I was only talking about buying 1 extra dice.
then we would still have a float, because it's only 1 to buy an extra die, which you would then spend on the engineering thing.
Well, no, I can't spend
Oh,
your
you can't
float
spend it on the engineering thing, so
Yeah,
I'll
so
spend
we
that
just
and
lose-
another. Up to you.
Anyways, we end up at 5.
Yeah, I'll just, we'll let the 1 die, and you want the task to be done. What difficulty is that then?
To restore
Restore
power?
task? Yeah, so I'm definitely overriding
10.
and swifting. So that's 2 increase right there. I might need to buy the extra die.
I can give you
I don't think
determination.
10 is a difficulty, GM.
I have determination still, because I kept
It is if you smart math me
Okay.
some more. No.
Okay.
Base difficulties 2, daring or control.
So it was a diff 4. Yeah, okay, so I'll use my determination again if the same value applies, actually, or the same mission directive.
It would, yeah.
Yep.
Which means you would have to spin that float to get the third die.
Yep, exactly. So we will do... Oh, I do have a focus on this one, and I've changed my engineering score to 5. Let's make sure that's saved. That is 5 successes. Let me change that back to 3. I'll feed you in a minute. Be silent.
Also, wait, how did the ship roll 5 dice while I was gone?
Don't worry, that don't.
I'll explain when after the session.
Okay.
When it's
Yeah.
not going to
Engineer's
continuously
tinkering with
derail
it.
it.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Haifa is tinkering on a meta level with the Da Vinci's sheet.
Yeah.
And you wonder
I guess
why I
that-
threw a cosmic TFM at you.
That does create 1 momentum for us.
Right.
So we gain 1 + 1 per momentum spent.
Yep.
So that
So,
puts us at 2 off the bat.
because we just spin that float.
Well, no, the 10 off the bat is from completing the roll at all.
So we have 1, and then we get 1 for free,
Yep, so that's 2 power.
and then we have the bonus momentum you have from the roll. Or we have a float because you right.
It was diff 4.
It was diff 4, you got 5, but we only had 5 momentum on the table.
Yes, we gained 1.
So we gained 1.
So there's no float. We just have the 6
There
on
is
the
no
table.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
I can make float. I keep it again.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. This is a direct, right?
Yes.
So you need my roll.
Oh shit, you didn't roll either time, yeah.
It didn't matter so much. The
No,
Legion
but-
of Honor, is the Legion of Honor the one you can exchange for a crit on a direct, or is that a different one?
Different one.
Okay. For me, I assume that's presence. Oh, it's always presence commander.
Yep.
Yep.
Uh,
Unless you have
Also,
something that changes it.
We might have reduced
sorry.
the initial power expenditure
It's still
by
a
1
success.
from
even
Click,
command.
because Click doesn't care about being involved with the roll. It's just whenever you attempt a task with a power requirement, and the character's on board.
Well, you'd have to you use up one of your crucible
Have to be
points. You know.
active. All right, cool.
Yeah. I'm not fussed about it too much. But that's another. So that is now afloat. Congratulations, Haifa. Would you like that to go into power? I presume so.
No, it's running away.
Yes. Yeah.
And then Legion of Honor generates bonus momentum. So I could create 2 bonus momentum, and we could get to 5 power.
That works for me.
Okay.
Because that gives us enough power to, like, if this thing follows us, 5 is enough to give us leeway without losing all the momentum for
I'll do
whatever comes
I'll
next.
use the Legion of Honor, generate the 2 bonus momentum it gives, and put those both into power to get us to 5 power total on the Da Vinci.
I agree.
That power is spent and regained, and you warp with great haste and found yourself not pursued.
Lovely.
You fall out of combat.
All right.
Presuming she has probably moved over to like a seat
I
at this point.
see. I was going to, but I can't move the token.
No, we can't move the token.
Yeah, I'll call over to the
Try again.
engineering.
Thank you.
I'll call over to the engineering console to deploy a probe that repeats on a message that there's a dangerous entity in this nearby star system.
It's like a navigational hazard buoy, like a lighthouse.
Yeah.
You're letting people know don't come here because you'll get in trouble if you do.
You won't get in trouble. I don't care if you go there, but you'll die.
Well, okay. You'll get in physical trouble in the sense that you might be destroyed by an angry space entity.
Trouble manifests in a myriad of different ways.
Presence command, difficulty 2, assisted by communications command. To ensure people take your warning seriously, and no other morons, unfortunates drift out to this thing.
Starfleet Protocol?
Yes, very much so. This is one of the components of a Starfleet officer's job, warning people of navigational hazards. How do you know? We ran into it. Please don't run into it.
Nothing
We're out
on
here
is buried
first.
here.
We're
very
out
much-
here first so that you don't have to be out here first, because out here first is dangerous.
Yeah. No, Starfleet doesn't have ancestral ties to the Navy. It has ancestral ties to the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
It's the Coast Guard if they were useful. So like Canadian Coast Guard, basically.
Hey, look, the Coast Guard does a lot of important work. Who else is going to save you if your cocaine yacht runs aground?
Does Canada have a separate Navy from the Coast Guard?
Well, not technically. All things exist within the Can Force. So, but I believe we have a Coast Guard arm that is separate from naval duties.
Okay.
Or is it a police arm? I always get that confused because ours is weird because we don't have a traditional Coast Guard, whereas you guys have a military arm that is Coast Guard. Which
In fact, it's not anymore. It was I think it's in the last 20 years. It was moved out of the Department of Defense into the Department of Homeland Security. So people still call them a branch of the military, and they still kind of act like that because they have uniforms and everything. But they fall under basically the federal level police.
I don't think I knew that. That does make sense with the whole.
They haven't trained. They haven't really.
utilized.
Yeah, they haven't changed like their
I'm
culture
wrong.
or anything. They still act the same.
Our Coast Guard is an extension of Fishery and Oceans Canada.
Oh. Interesting.
Which okay, I'm like
Yeah.
the same guys who get my fishing, who can give me a fishing license, also have control of the Coast Guard. Okay, don't mess around, I guess.
Yeah, you better respect that fishing license, or they'll come after you.
Communications command for ship, please, before I blow it up with extreme prejudice.
No.
Oh, hey, that was one die.
Yep. Although, if anyone touches the button, the task roll button, it'll probably stop working.
Yeah.
So, you're able to assemble a message that cross culturally and even in a generic xeno communication, in the sense of any alien who happens to have a translator will still understand the basic stay away, dangerous thing here sort of thing. Like, you're trying to make sure the key points are very easy for someone to pick up.
It repeats. If your species is like a herbivore, this thing is like a predator. If your species is like a predator, this thing over here, it's like a herbivore with spikes. That's how primitive you have to get.
So, look, just in case some cavemen get a spaceship and come out here, it's happened, but just in case.
Yeah, we don't talk about like the USS Neanderthal. Mistakes were made, okay?
One time ship later, and then the Time Fleet said, no, you brought them, you're stuck with them now.
Yeah.
On the plus side,
That's the real reason why all the Neanderthals disappeared. It's not because they were outcompeted and bred into the human race. It's actually because the Time Fleet abducted them all to do like menial labor for them. They like sweep the floors and stuff.
It was probably
there was
Janeway.
a population decline, and a time ship went back to figure out why there was a population decline, but then they ended up creating the population decline, so it's actually a closed loop.
Wait, you're saying the Time Fleet went back and screwed the Neanderthals out?
Yeah.
Hey, look, they were
Well,
on
they
their
can
way
only-
to victory.
You know what
starring
people-
human supremacists.
You know what people in the 24th century or 25th century really like? They really like others in leopard skins, spears. Oh, it just turns the 25th century blood hot.
They love those giant foreheads.
So, on the back
Yeah.
of that,
Yeah, weren't we playing like a game of some sort?
We're a real unhinged day, folks.
Yes. So you fire off the buoy. The message is there. You are en route back to, I presume, back to FIS space. Specifically to Halanak, or just away?
Halanak. No, to Halanak, which I think we were only like 2 or 3 hours away from, because it only took us like less than a minute to jump with the drive.
Get you your speed. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. I need this. I need that. How fast can you go? You can go 9.8 or 12. So actually, probably a little slower than that. You wouldn't be full speed. Very good reason. You didn't want to burn out the friggin' engines.
I'm back.
9.7, so 9.7 puts you about there, which means wait, I'm looking at
Well, and that I would say we did go our maximum warp, but we have secondary reactors, right? So we did use what a Da Vinci type ship can normally use. We just have additional power on top of that.
Okay. You can probably get there within 12 hours, I would say. If you just keep your foot down at full speed.
We'll get there in an hour and 1 minute, because I'm going to jump.
Did we jump out here?
Yeah, but we only had an hour left. I asked it near the end of
That's
last
true,
session.
yeah.
We only
Yeah.
had an hour left, so...
So after an hour, you're going to quantum slipstream back.
I do have a question before you do that. Can you tow a ship in quantum slipstream?
It's a very valid question.
I'm going to say no for 2 threat.
Like,
What if I
like
say-
permanently?
At least currently, given the weather.
Damn, space weather.
I think how given the weather is a perfectly valid reason.
I mean, the
Also, the ship was pretty damaged, so its integrity probably isn't great to begin with, even at warp.
given its shielding systems were not functional, I'm imagining its internal structure fields are not exactly up to par.
It's like if it was open space, there's nothing to hit it. Just put a deflector shield around it,
Alright.
and it'll be fine. It's like
Then what I'll do is
Right?
yeah, we'll stay at max warp, and I'll say Centurion. Actually, I'll say Lieutenant Sheena, you have the bridge. Centurion, let's go make a call.
Yes, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
We can go call Halanak. Tell the captain what happened.
Yes, put the spook in charge of your ship.
I see y'all refuse to elaborate.
No, she is
So-
intelligence. She is listed intelligence.
Is she?
Yeah, she's intelligence / science. Well, she serves on an intelligence ship as her regular posting, at least.
But she
Yeah.
doesn't anymore.
Yeah, it's like
That
working
she
in
is
the
here as like
CIA.
a observation position temporarily, I believe.
Yeah,
She's
she's
permanently
She's
assigned.
observing the new. She's familiarizing. She's on loan to you because she's supposed to officially.
she-
She's on loan to learn about the Obena class. It's like, well, you know, the Da Vinci's here. You can just go serve on there for a bit, help them out. And it's like, sure, I'll help out. And then she
Oh,
got pulled into all
fine.
this.
Okay, well,
Oh,
until
fine.
later, she is a Starfleet officer who deserves to be
Yeah,
trusted.
like she's
Oh yeah. No, and
she's fully like it makes sense.
it's me
That's-
being facetious, not being
Honestly.
serious.
Yeah.
Captain Thralic, it is approximately the equivalent of like 3 a.m. You probably just put your head down after all the like legalism, and you're chewing through it all, and it's like, okay, you do need to sleep or you're gonna suffer tomorrow. You start to lay down. Communication from the Da Vinci A. Would you like to take it,
Well,
Captain?
Wouldn't it though? This has only been like 2 minutes after I talked to
Oh, I
Thralic
suppose
the last time.
you're right. Darn, I don't get to pick on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is probably
This is
happening.
actually before.
This is probably happening as the team sneak is making their way around the
Yeah.
fish tanks.
Yeah.
Do
Right?
not call those fish tanks in universe. It's kind of offensive.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'm the GM. I'm allowed to do it.
They're
Don't
kelp
worry, Talora
tanks.
will.
They're kelp tanks. It's fine.
Don't tap the glass. Why? It irritates the neighbors.
You
Oh,
can
is
call
that
it fish
easy?
tanks, but they get to call it the monkey walkway.
We're not all monkeys. Y'all look the same to us.
Don't worry, I'll throw some goldfish food in there.
Some Savix casts harmonizer. Please stop throwing fish food into the tank. You will be
Yeah,
fined.
You guys want
You do that, and then one day, just like a halibut hits you in the face. So they throw it.
Yeah, look, you guys, you want them to be less problematic, right? And I don't think calling them offensive names is going to make the Sapphics cast, like, more favorable to the Federation.
Alternatively, it's happening and you're best of friends, and that's why it's happening.
One hopes,
Look,
anyway.
I am a changed woman, and I don't appreciate the slander of the woman I was, like, 20 minutes ago.
Well, you would think because you've changed, you would appreciate that
This
we're
is a
not
very-
holding your present, we're holding your past.
This is very von Braun change for you.
Again,
You are.
The thing to note there is that Werner von Braun actually did have a really useful skill that made him indispensable to the United States.
And,
I don't
and-
have that.
Yeah.
so you're saying it's worse than that.
So, you
Where's
get
Street?
Captain
Well-
Frolic on the line, for the love of God.
Yeah.
I
Alright,
imagine. Yeah.
yeah, like I think she's probably out of uniform at this point.
Oh, don't
But-
get me started.
Haifa's fine. Rylov's also supposed to be off shift.
But answers the call and seems slightly tired, but not that tired.
Sorry to cut you off previously, Captain, but the warning you were giving me was attacking us.
I assumed as much. I've been trying to get back in contact. Something seemed to have gone wrong with your communications. I'm glad that you're, I assume, doing all right now.
Yeah. We've put out a beacon until time has passed where we can investigate further. My recommendation is that star system is off limit. There is a crystalline entity there of unknown origin that is powerful enough to be a threat to the Da Vinci. So civilian ships would pose no risk to it.
All right, I'll make sure that a navigation warning goes out to the merchant ships in the region, as well as to FIS and Federation assets.
Preliminary damage reports are negligible. One minor breach to the communication systems, no crew casualties that are of a serious nature.
We did have our crew taken out temporarily, part of it at least, because the creature was psionic. But the creature also possesses many abilities beyond psionics.
Well, that would explain why I felt what I did. Again, sorry I couldn't have been more specific on my prior warning, Captain. Turns out it wasn't much use after all.
Unless you have any urgent need of us, we should be back in about 12 hours.
That'll be fine. We can do a debriefing once you arrive. Oh, and were you able to retrieve the ship that sent out the initial distress call?
The crew and the ship, yes, but the ship is irradiated. It'll have to be towed to a stable orbit around a moon, and then we'll have to assign recovery teams.
All right, I'll see about talking with the dockyards and see if they can get some resources on that.
The captain of the vessel has suggested that recovering his ship's black box and logs therein would be prudent.
We can make that a
mean,
priority,
Yeah, we can do that.
I suppose, unless you wish to attempt that while you're en route.
Not at warp, no.
All right.
Merely a mention.
Good to know.
If he can insinuate something through that, sure, but
I mean, maybe?
yeah, because there's the he's not saying why. He's just saying that that was a listed thing from the civilian ship captain,
Yeah.
which isn't. They normally don't say that, at least in the experience we've had.
Yeah.
Throlic, would you like an ESP?
Sure, I'll take one.
Out of character. I thought y'all needed me back urgently.
I said so. One, I don't know that yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the downside. Don't worry, you'll get an
And
update
two,
message in a
it's-
couple minutes.
Yeah. Oh, great, love that.
Yeah, well, weren't you
Fantastic.
talking about sending a coded message to the Da Vinci, like, underneath inside a regular message? So
I
perhaps
sure
you could
was.
so you could send like regular status report update 7,452. You know, this is the planned crew rotation upon your return to Halanak station. And then, like, you know, if you read deeper into it, you can descramble it and see the real message or whatever.
Plausible.
Ignore the threat just slowly climbing right now. It's fine.
Oh,
Okay.
You're asking more questions which give you a vague answer. That's what you're doing.
No, I actually got more. Yeah, that makes sense. I got more information by spending more, but it was less vague, so I got more specifics.
oh,
Oh,
lovely. Was it actually helpful?
Yeah, actually.
Oh no.
Turns out, rates are good.
Lamau.
What? I'm not wrong.
You're not, no.
Okay. Fantastic. Love
is this
that.
something you'd like to share with the class?
No.
Oh
See?
my God.
Does it to you too. Doesn't do it just to me. That looks just difficult, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing hard to get.
Sure.
To report to admin. Difficult play.
Okay, what am I doing about this? Because, like, this is in the middle of a conversation. I'm getting this.
Mm-hmm. To wit, you know what? Haifa and Ryloff, you can roll for me Insight Command difficulty of 2.
I'm guessing individual roles.
One's assisting the other.
Oh, okay.
Because between the two of you, you might notice that Throlic's acting off.
Insight what, sorry?
Insight Command.
I have a 13. What do you have, Haifa?
A 13.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, fancy.
I've got a command of 4 and an insight of 9.
I have the opposite.
Oh, lovely.
You have an insight of 4?
Yeah. Come on.
Yes, I have a command of 10. Or a command of 9.
Yeah.
An insert of 4.
That's called cheating.
Adjusted programming. I don't know what you're on about.
Haifa has the Alexander the Great stats.
Yeah. He may or may not have a focus, but it's not certain.
I mean, if you die to the common cold, you know, I think then you can get the Alexander the Great stats, but you're basically immortal, so that, you know, that feels a little bit cheaty.
We can program a
Yeah.
for common cold.
We'll ask if you've got your thing.
Precautions is iffy depending on what it is we're noticing.
You're noticing some an emotional state on Throlic. Like Throlic's acting a certain way that you may or may not twig as to unusual for her.
Cultural studies or impersonation?
Cultural studies definitely would do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I've got
then
precautions for investigative techniques, and it's not exactly an investigation, it's an implication.
Nope, you can't assist either.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Wow. Yeah, no.
cool. I look cool and collected right now.
Just, like, for the sake of curiosity.
Conv.
Yeah.
Yeah. And collected.
Like, there's the scrutiny, but there's nothing to go off of, really. It's like the,
Yeah, you're scrutinizing a person over a subspace call.
Yeah.
Alright.
Actually, I probably had traits exactly for that when I think about it.
Yeah, probably. Alright, Captain. If the immediate situation is resolved, and you've placed off a navigation beacon, you said you didn't suffer any major casualties?
Didn't suffer any.
That is bumps and bruises from when people got frozen and fell over, but that's about it.
Yeah, none that will still remain. A dermal regenerator will handle them all.
Oh, I bet it will.
Alright. Uh-huh.
In fact, it can handle you, Captain.
Ah, concerning. Alright then.
Hitting. It's down there. Oh God!
I've got a couple things to address on station, but I'll contact you again before you make your full return to Halanak to iron out our specific procedures. In the meantime, I've got to grab a little bit of sleep.
All right. Da Vinci out.
And as soon as that comm cuts, I am let's see. Varder told me that Sheena is on board the Da Vinci when I last talked with him.
Yes.
So I'm routing a communication to her, a personal communication that is. I know right now that you two are there. I don't know where she is. So yeah, I'm just routing her a personal communication.
Someone from comms will look over at Lieutenant Sheena and go, we have a subspace call for you from Captain Thorlick Halanak to you, Lieutenant.
Oh. It's normally Thralic plays Sheena, so Lamau.
Yeah.
Who's playing Sheena?
Normally Thralic.
Thorlick's talking to the
In
support.
that case, I got it.
Okay.
On screen.
Bing. Hey, Thorlick, you can see the bridge.
Oh, exactly what I
Captain
didn't want.
Frolic. How may I help you?
Apologies, this isn't urgent. I can talk when you're off ship, Lieutenant. This is concerning a matter that Captain Varder wanted me to bring up with you. No need to involve the whole bridge with it.
You get like an inquisitive eyebrow raise, and she says, "Very well then, I'll speak to you soon." And she will close it. And now I would like to grab a pad real quick and fire off a message to her saying, "How urgent do you need me?"
So I don't know if you, the player, are going to be able to parse this message.
I'll try to translate best I can.
Yeah. So it's going to say Da Vinci AO now in progress. As local watch representative, Solve Survive must be called. large numbers of burning doors amongst the crew.
Okay, so Frolic is suffering psychosis and needs to be
No.
put in a
Oh, no, that perfectly
an
makes
insane
sense.
asylum.
All of this makes sense to Sheena, absolutely.
I know, I'm joking. Okay. By the way, I don't even think I can see Sheena's sheet.
No, you can't. It's under the Lovik. So guest characters, Lovik.
The guest characters. Okay. Lovok. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. What?
I can translate.
Feel free. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So AO is area of operation. Da Vinci is declared an AO. That is a region of space around it is under quarantine by the Midnight Watch, which is an organization that Sheen is a part of. The Midnight Watch is
Yeah, I know.
You know what the Midnight Watch is?
More or less.
Psionics research, except actually not. So it is her duty to declare whether the situation that is being dealt with is survivable, or what was the other option? Sorry,
Solvable.
solvable. Survivable means you can leave, you can live, but something else needs to come in and deal with whatever the problem is. Solvable means you can deal with it yourself.
And survival means you must evacuate every person you can from the region, and whatever's within the region is obliterated.
So
Because
it's asking me.
Which would for
So what is
which
she
would right
asking me?
now. Basically, okay. So what Frolic is saying is that all the people who froze during the psionic attack
Mm-hmm.
are infected with a psionic virus, kind of. It's more
Yeah.
complicated than that. And is asking Sheena to decide whether it is possible to solve that situation, or whether everyone who is unaffected needs to be evacuated, and the people and places that have been contaminated just completely incinerated.
Okay.
Infected being what? It's like a third of the crew.
So
Wait.
can I make?
Frolic put out a question. Should I issue a kill order on Starfleet officers?
No,
I mean, sort of.
but
Yes.
also not no.
It's
No.
kind of a yes.
Okay.
It sounded
Okay,
like a complete yes.
Okay. Okay.
It's not
okay.
a kill order technically.
Okay. GM, can I make an insight check to know whether or not I should order an execution of a third of my crew members or not?
I'll give you insight, command, or medicine, difficulty 2.
Yeah, actually, I did the reading on that, so it's actually command or insight science.
Fair enough.
Observation
I've read all about the trolley problem. Yeah, an observation focus.
I would take it because you've been. That's kind of why you're here, frankly. The real reason she's here is for this sort of problem because they thought something like this was going to happen out here.
And what difficulty did you say it was?
2.
2. All right. 1 momentum, 2 threat.
Whoops. Hello.
Also, this is coming from someone who Sheena's not expecting it to come from, definitely.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know you remember. What the hell? How the hell do you know what that is?
Mm-hmm. That's part of why it's written so, tersely, is because it's using exclusively lingo that she knows can't be mistaken for anything else.
Okay. Can I activate the value I will reach for Varro's standards? I don't know who Varro is, but I assume part of their standards probably would be me not executing a bunch of people for no reason.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
okay.
There you
There
go.
we go.
So you generated 3. At present, you lack enough data to make that call definitively. Because you don't know if it's something the ship can. If they have this psionic virus, we'll say, then it is possible they could be saved, but it's possible that they're too far gone. If they are too far gone, then you have to call survive, because otherwise, if you don't eliminate that third of the crew, the whole ship is at risk of being destroyed and everyone aboard killed, and theoretically, it could endanger the entire sector. But if it's solvable, then you want to find the evidence to see if it is solvable, because then you can save those 1/3 of people, which that's part of your duties, is to try to save people if you can. But if you can't, better to save the body than for sake of the arm, sort of thing.
Then I will simply say back to Thralic, indeterminate at this time, need further research.
Then you'll receive back, keep me appraised. I will loop in Lovek and other elements as possible, but you may be on your own out there.
I have a question for Serana, given she has 3 float, and it's a question / suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's related to your role, and it might be an advantage that could be made as pertinent to your role.
Mm-hmm.
Before she was called to the bridge, she was walking through like the ship's corridors when people froze, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
GM?
that's correct.
So could it be 2 for an advantage that she has some preliminary stuff? Because naturally, she wasn't on duty; she could do whatever she wanted with that time, which would possibly be get some preliminary data. So she has like a start point for her thing that she can recall.
Yeah. She might have done some preliminary data research on her own time.
I'll spend 2 on that.
I was just like, you've got to end you with there, like plausible. So I'll make the suggestion to you.
So you don't know the status of the ship because Sheena wasn't over there, as I recall. But you do know that if you're able to erase the memories of all the persons involved, theoretically, you should be able to save all the people, because they were only exposed the once, and they were acting normally when Rylef encountered them. And since that time, Sheena's had a chance to kind of see them again, to see if they're doing anything that exhibits the virus's symptoms, and they aren't. But that doesn't mean... But she knows that they are infected. That's not without doubt. It's a matter of... If they purge the memory of it, then the virus will kind of die without the memory. Whether or not the ship is still savable, she doesn't know. She hasn't had a chance to look over the data or go over to the ship. She'd need somebody to... She either would need to be, or someone would have to go over there to find out if the ship is... because the sonic virus, as it were, can imbue itself into materials. And then the material basically becomes psionically radioactive, essentially.
Not perfect metaphor, but it worked.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, then I will. Okay. I will like to turn to Ensign Sarai, and I'd like to spend another 2 momentum to say, Ensign Sarai, you have the bridge. A personal matter has come up, and I must go off duty immediately. And before Sarai even has a chance to say anything, she's getting into the turbo lift.
Where's she off to?
That's a good question. Okay, this is a really bad idea for me. I did not know it would be this involved. Does anyone have any ideas for where I should go next? I don't know how else to investigate this.
I'll say for a momentum, I could actually... Because you spent 2 momentum. I'm not sure why you did when you were leaving. Actually, there's 2 here. You could spend... given what her trait, you can ask questions. And I can try to help. Because that would reflect her training. She would know certain things she's supposed to do, what things she shouldn't do. And actually you're role playing this well in the sense of she is normally she has a whole team, a ship full of people that helps her with this sort of thing. She's basically on her own, full of people who aren't, as far as she knows, clear to know what she knows.
Okay. I mean, our only option is to wipe their memories, but I don't know how to wipe the memories of a whole ship without like people noticing and getting mad about that. So I don't know how to proceed.
So one of the tenets, one of the main rules of the watch is secrecy. You're supposed to maintain the secret as much as possible, but it's only as much as possible. If you need assistance, like really to wipe out that many people's memories, you need access to the medical staff. You need their tools to make sure it takes properly. And if that's the case, you also probably need to loop the captain in, but you want to keep it need to know. The more people that know, the more people are at risk of catching it, to put it that way.
Okay.
It's a disease of awareness.
Yeah, I get that.
Cognito hazard.
Okay. So. Okay.
She might just head to the captain's office.
In that case, I guess. In that case, I would probably just say Ensign Sarayu of the bridge, and we would just go in here.
Yeah.
Very good. You can ask another question before you go in there if you like, because that would be... Actually, no, that's what the one was floating. That was already in the thing, so Thralic, you can take that back. So yeah, this is after Haifa and Rylef have just finished the call with Thralic. Well, not just. The two of you probably have some like ship stuff you needed to discuss, like crew rotations, because you're going into the night shift, so Rylef does need to go to sleep at some point.
Shift was like just ending when that happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And there's probably a chime at the door.
Who is it?
Lieutenant Sheena, sir. I have something urgent to talk to you about.
I'll look at Rylov and I say, we'll have to continue this later. Inner?
Yes, Captain. Do you need me to leave? He'll look at Sheena like it's a.
What is the topic, Lieutenant?
Has Rylov been read in on the Midnight Watch stuff?
Oh hell no.
Okay, then she'll just give Rylov a look and say, "I need to talk to the commander alone."
The captain, yes.
Centurion, this situation might be above an ensign. Would you go hold the bridge until I can resolve this?
Of course, Captain. I'll have the report on or not the report, the logged complaint of Ensign Kennett for you before I turn in for the evening.
Of who?
He's going to mention that there is a report because he sees that anyway.
Commander Haifa has no idea what this is about. Okay.
They were talking beforehand, so I'm just throwing something at you, and that's first thing that came to mind was that was a thing. It was managed.
Yeah, but I don't know that you just tell me that you managed it, right? I don't think you told me the whole thing.
No, that's why he said there'll be a report on it for you later.
Very well.
And then he'll take the seat from Sarai.
Haifa, having a focus in cultural studies and knowing that it can be easing will get up to the replicator and ask Lieutenant Sheena anything to drink, Lieutenant, as Haifa materializes a holographic beverage.
No,
say, Rana, just briefly, if you want to loop Frolic in on this, I think she would have made it clear in the messages back and forth that she's available for this if you need her support. But just wanted to.
Okay. In that case, she will say, I believe it's best if Commander Frolic talks to you about this, sir. But there is something incredibly urgent that has happened aboard the ship, and we need to take decisive, if controversial, action to manage it.
Oh, slow down, Lieutenant. I just spoke with the captain, and she had no such urgent business. Are you sure you're not mistaken?
I wish I was.
You really do.
Right, then what is this urgent business?
A cognito hazard, sir. Pieces of information that, when known, damage the psyche and must become unknowns.
All right, Lieutenant. Let's circle back to the beginning of that.
That technically doesn't violate tenet. Forget me. Gee.
Yeah, no, that does.
What is a cognito hazard, and why do you know about it, but I do not?
I think cognito hazard's a fairly general term.
A cognito hazard is any piece of information that harms one's brain, in the sense that it damages the psyche in any number of ways. In this case, it's classified.
There is nothing that you know that is classified to me.
That is incorrect.
Yeah, she just kind of like looks at you and
She's
says,
an
I'm sorry, sir, but the
You have
information
no-
about this information is classified."
Are you on assignment, Lieutenant?
"That's classified."
Apparently, this classification is more important than people's lives.
I believe you would take this all better from Captain Frolic. Why don't we get her on the line? I should not have come in here so quickly. I was merely overly excited because of the urgency of the situation. And I will attempt to bring up Captain Frolic on the pad.
I'll bring her up on the view screen.
Oh, look, you're getting called again.
Yep. Who's it from?
Commander Haifa.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I'll
for
answer it.
Commander
Thanks.
Throlic, though, is the problem, so no.
Oh, right. Well, that's not
The
me.
second
Different
I hear the noise of like the call received, Sheena is going to speak up and say, "Captain, I did not know how to progress without reading in Haifa. I believe we have no choice so long as she is in command of the ship to inform her of everything."
Commander Haifa will say, "Thank you, Lieutenant. You can refrain any further." Captain, I'm getting very confusing and very disturbing information from Lieutenant Sheena that seems to be urgent enough for her to know and tell me, but not urgent enough for you to share.
Well, Captain, that's because I'm not boots on the ground in the situation.
But I am, Captain. If it deals with my ship, why am I not important enough to notify?
This is not about importance, it's about vulnerability. Lieutenant Sheena has training and awareness that you do not, so I had contacted her previously.
What is Lieutenant Sheena's role here? To
As
my
an
knowledge,
observer.
she's an observing science officer and former intelligence officer. Is she an active intelligence officer?
There is nothing to suggest she's a former intelligence officer.
Yeah, she's an active intelligence officer.
The
She
Lovic
doesn't
is a
ho-
listed intelligence vessel.
Yeah, but she's not serving in any intelligence role right now.
No, but she's acting as an observer, which can be both, which doesn't have to do with what her role is.
She doesn't have to resign from intelligence to be an observer. It's like a temporary assignment to your vessel in an observation capacity to familiarize herself with the vessel. She's going to return to the Lovic.
Yeah, but she doesn't serve as an intelligence officer while she's here.
Why not?
Oh, that's true,
She's
actually,
qualified.
because
No, she might be qualified as an intelligence officer, but she doesn't hold a posting as one.
yeah, her posting on
Right,
the
she's still part of the branch of intelligence.
yeah.
Yeah, but that's like a captain who is in the command branch but has no ship. They're not a commanding officer, even if they're in the
Yeah.
command division.
Yes.
That's what Haifa's point is. Is she serving as an intelligence officer on an intelligence mission or not?
Okay, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were mixed up a little bit there because, like, yeah. I was thinking, is she an intelligence officer? Does she have the branch of intelligence? Yes. Is she
I
on
mean,
assignment?
I mean, is she on an active intelligence assignment on the Da Vinci?
Yes.
That Yeah, that much I don't know, so that's going to be up to Rylov to tell Serana about Sheena.
As far as like from, I'm sure as far as the orders go from Varder, it's far easier to give her a essentially hollow assignment as an intelligence officer to act as a midnight agent. Does that make sense to the GM?
Yeah.
Sheena is just going to say,
It's like, yes, you are officially
my
on an intelligence operation. However, you have no clear goal. We're making something up afterwards.
Sheena is just to say, my role is not the important part of this. We can discuss my role aboard this ship and whether or not it should continue at a later time during a less urgent situation. Right now, the most important thing is handling the psychic outbreak aboard the ship and its increasingly negative effects on the crew.
Psychic outbreak. Do you want to expand further? Like how you know that?
She just kind of like looks at her feet and says, "I wish I could."
Commander, in this case, I'm going to have to say that I can sign off on Lieutenant Sheena's actions here. I've been read in on the situation from both a Starfleet angle as well as the pertinent authorities on the matters of psionic disturbances.
I'm gonna throw out an insight command difficulty of 2 for Haifa and Thralic to resolve. One can assist the other.
I'll assist Haifa here, I guess.
Focus in Starfleet protocol.
Yep. This might not be immediately obvious too, because this is not a common situation that officers run into.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking it finds a very niche, unexplored region of the difference between Thralic being in the command structure of the Da Vinci and the fleet the Da Vinci serves in, rather than Thralic being the mission command that the Da Vinci is assigned to.
So, the unique problem that's happened now is, although Thralic and also Sheena have important intelligence of some kind, Haifa is the one who is the one responsible for things that happen aboard ship. And so she would be expected by a tribunal later, should she survive whatever crisis this is. She needs to be able to answer for her actions, whatever they are. So there's a certain level of, and the captain's the one who has that unique responsibility. The captain of a ship, the CEO of a vessel, has that unique responsibility. Same with a away team mission lead. So Thralic as a senior officer can give a command or an order over, but it's Haifa's the one who's like, this is their ship. They need to figure out what they're doing for it, what's best for the ship and crew. So they could now, if they could rightfully refuse the order if they have insufficient data to act. And then like just face a tribunal later. It's like, well, it wasn't explained enough to me. That's why COs have unique knowledge that no one else aboard a ship's allowed to know, like the Omega Directive. Like Haifa now knows what that is, whereas as a chief intelligence chief engineer did not know that because you weren't allowed to know that.
No one tried to brief Rylov on that on the day he was in command, did they?
Thankfully, he didn't get that far.
Haifa will say, Captain, I'm going to need any orders to any crew member actively serving on the Da Vinci to be sent to me in writing. There is a lot of just do what I say because I know, but you're not allowed to know going on here. A little too much for a captain to a commander, in my opinion, and many magnitudes too much for a lieutenant to a commander.
I would agree, Commander. That is the unfortunate nature of dealing with a cognito hazard. I have not issued any orders to members of your crew or to Lieutenant Sheena. I merely appraised the lieutenant of the situation and asked to be kept in the loop.
Then I really do think we need to read Haifa in. So long as she is the commanding officer of the Da Vinci, we cannot execute anything without her knowledge.
Yes. Well, this is all a bit new to me, I'm afraid, as well.
She kind of like mumbles to herself and says something about it being new to her too. At least the part about trying to give someone multiple ranks higher than her direct orders.
Yeah.
The weird thing here is that in the Midnight Watch, Sheena outranks Thralic.
Because you're the more knowledgeable.
She's a...
You're the more knowledgeable agent.
It's taking off one hat, putting on another hat, and saying, "I'm giving you an order," and then taking off that hat, putting on the first hat, and saying, "What's your order?"
Yeah. Welcome to a Midnight Watch being a pain in the ass.
Yeah. All right. So I'll say. All right, Commander. I'll read you in on this as quickly as I can. The orders I come from are from dual sources, is what I'll say. The organization that you might be familiar with, the Midnight Watch.
I'm sorry, I'm not captain.
All right.
Is this
They
part of
are
Starfleet
a
intelligence?
civilian. No, they are a civilian organization, which purports to operate as a think tank in relation to psionic activities. In reality, they do more than just operate as a think tank. They also act as sort of first responders to calamity and calamities, cognito hazards, and other aspects of higher dimensional intervention and psionic disturbances that are currently beyond the abilities of most citizens of the Federation and similar powers to cope with. I believe that's a decent overview, Lieutenant.
More or less, yes.
All right.
Captain, I may have misheard. Did you say you had dual orders?
Not.
I'm gonna
Sheena
strike that actually because I don't think that Thralic would say that because it doesn't make sense. I think that's just me as a player futzing around.
You're not wrong. I don't know how else you're supposed to express this thought without saying we have dual orders.
Yeah, but in reality, Thralic doesn't have dual orders here because she's not operating under any Federation orders at this point. So,
you're not operating under any feather. You are a uniformed member of Starfleet. You have to follow many orders all at the same time.
You're not under an active mission.
Not one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess what? Yeah. Whatever.
I'll clarify then. I'll rephrase it and say, you say you're under orders from this civilian organization.
It's close to that, but not quite in the way that you're familiar with orders.
Proofs, I think, by this.
Is it one of those things where, in an attempt to sidetrack the concerns of a judge advocate general, you technically have been ordered by this organization to do something, but you don't want to say it that way because a judge advocate general would not find that pleasing?
No, under the Inquisition of a Judge Advocate General, I would reveal that I had conflicting loyalty if such a situation were to arise where this were to be deemed a conflict.
All right,
My membership is public.
we're about to run into a. This is Winchester. We're about to run into a problem because Haifa has the value that Starfleet gave them everything, and they're going to return the flavor. And it sounds like someone is saying I'm part of a secret society, and I'm taking orders from them, which seems like a violation of Starfleet oaths. So Haifa's about to shut this down, which might be bad for your timer there.
Oh, that would just kill everyone. That would be characters.
Would just kill everyone. Let's see.
Thralic, give me insight, command difficulty of 2.
All right. Yeah, because I know there is a thing here. Fuck it is. Insight.
Yeah, we have to cite the loophole in the Constitution that gives us permission to break the law.
Oh, you're gonna.
Not even
There
a loophole.
is one.
You can,
Yeah, it is part of the Constitution.
Well,
like,
not
Section
that
31 does not count here because we are not authorized by the government to do this.
no, remember, Varder's been openly doing this the entire time.
Yeah, like this particular dual allegiance is kind of already disclosed. Is the thing. All right. So focus.
And I'll note that Article 14, Section 31 can be enacted by any command officer, and in the face of an existential threat to the Federation.
Yeah.
Good guys can use it sometimes too. They just almost never do because it almost never is that bad that you need that much power. It's the oh god
I'm not
button.
quite in the situation of that yet. I might be if Haifa isn't going to play ball, but Haifa doesn't know that.
It could use a different elaboration of what it means, as well as, if you really want to know, we can tell you, but that is at putting yourself at full risk. Because it is a cognito, where information is the hazard, and you are asking for the information.
Yeah. So Insight Command, difficulty 2.
2, yeah.
Do I have any traits that apply here?
Knowledge, the law, something of that nature, protocols. Let me clicked on the wrong thing. Hoplite Commander.
Like, yeah.
I'm writing up a quick thing.
Makes sense. Hoplite Commander and focus in potentially team dynamics or observation here.
Team dynamics, yeah.
Okay. Buying a die. Actually, no, I really want to make sure this succeeds. I'm buying 2 dice.
I gain 1 back.
Okay, 2 back.
A Starfleet officer could treat the advisories of the Midnight Watch in the same way that a specialist organization advises you of a problem. So you're not. If I tell you something, if I'm a civilian organization that knows about radiation more than you, and I might go, well, I don't have a starship, or a crew with phasers and all this fancy toys, but I know Starfleet does. So I'm going to tell Starfleet, hey, here's the thing you need to worry about. You probably should do something about it, but the Minute Watch has no authority over the Starfleet. They're a actual civilian organization that exists, but they can advise Starfleet captains. Now, whether or not certain Starfleet captains take that under advisement or are willing to risk their careers to defend that, that's up to them. But it is an advisory, so they can't. You now know something, but now it's a matter of the legal protection other than Section 13, Section 14. You know what I mean.
Article 14.
Article 14, Section 31. Other than that, it's an advisory because the watch can't order you.
Yes.
They can say, you really need to do this, and you might say, I can't. I'm not in a position to do it. You need to find somebody else to solve the problem.
The complicating factor is that I've become a member of the watch, though. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
Can a member order a member? Is there a hierarchy in which one member can order another member?
Yes, if they are part of the same section, if they're assigned to the same unit, essentially, which Thralic and Sheena are not part of the same unit. This is why their problem is unique, because they're people from two different units who are now interacting with each other in a weird way.
Yeah.
So Sheena can't really give orders to Thralic in this situation.
Yes, and Thralic is not part of any section, so technically she can't receive orders from anyone. I've just been advised about things, and
then I think what you need is a role to explain how this is all legal.
Let's go presence. Actually, you know what? I'll be nice because I have thrown you guys a really nasty curveball here. I'll take 2 momentum up for that. Because you did just do the roll to figure out how does this work?
I'll spend 2 to explain that in a way that's like, can I flavor that a little bit?
With caution, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to explain it in such a way that's like, it doesn't exactly sound good to Haifa, but it does sound. It sounds like Thralic has maybe misstepped a couple times, but not violated an oath or a duty, just like kind of fucked up how she's talking about it. It reads more as someone who has only recently reread up on these rules herself, I'd say.
I guess from Haifa's from the way it's explained, would Haifa come away with the understanding that if there was ever a conflict between what orders Starfleet gave you and what information you knew from the Midnight Watch, would you violate Starfleet orders for them?
Thralic would not violate Starfleet orders for that. She would sooner resign.
Okay, that's what Haifa needed explained. So at the end of this, they sound like a civilian research organization, not a parallel command authority that is like infecting.
They sound like a civilian research organization who does kind of their own dirty work sometimes.
Sometimes they deal with the hazard themselves. They're like, well, we think it's safer if we just do it ourselves. But it's like, well, Starfleet can do it. It's like, well, we can't order Starfleet to do it.
Yeah, but that's not Haifa. Haifa's not concerned if sometimes they go off into unknown space and do stuff. Haifa's concerned if uniformed Starfleet officers are violating their oaths for this other group.
Yeah, and I'll an asterisk on top of that as well. That is a problem that's existed for over 8 years. Like that's a thing they've had to clarify repeatedly to their own members as well. It's because it is an odd, because as of 8 years ago, they were only just they only felt safe to come out into the light of day due to certain members in the Dominion War hunting them down. Like certain like Section 31 people basically trying to wipe them out. So they were. There's been complicating factors as to their role with Starfleet.
All right, Lieutenant Sheena, what's your recommended course of action?
We have to... Commander, we have to erase the memories of many of the crew members of the recent psychic events.
For what reason?
GM, can you help me explain this? Because I don't fully understand why we have to do
Failure
this
to do
myself.
so will infect them and lead to their deaths and lead to them becoming contagious and infecting everyone else, leading to the entire ship's demise.
And okay, and how does Lieutenant Sheena know that?
She's also a member of the Midnight Watch.
Yeah,
She's also a
but
science officer.
does Lieutenant Sheena say here's the data on it, or does Lieutenant Sheena say here's my badge? Trust me.
She has data on it.
Yeah, because you did.
Yeah,
You did a roll
I-
earlier to
okay.
research them, so you know that they're infected because you double checked.
You might even be able to provide some timelines, honestly.
And it's a weird thing of the data about the infection is in itself not problematic. It's just the initial data that is.
Just the experience. So
Can I check that this data makes sense, or at least attempt to? I'm probably not going to succeed, but I'd like it that Haifa attempted.
Oh, certainly. Plus, it's a way to get momentum. Reason plus science or medicine, difficulty of 2.
All right.
And Ship can help you with this because you can use the computers to help you parse what this is talking about.
Determination spin. Not every problem has an acceptable solution.
Yeah, that's worth doing.
Yeah, I was gonna try to straighten. Then I read that and I was like, this is the no-win scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wrote you a thing, GM, just to.
What was the?
That's. Oh, sorry.
The focus in it. I could only. In fact, I don't think I have anything I could even try to justify. Oh, science is an option. That's good because I was going to be rolling with a medicine of 1, but
Yeah.
science I could. Sure. So 3.
Nice.
Oh, what was the difficulty? 2?
2, yeah. Ship can assist.
Retroactively lower that with the trait calm under pressure? Because
I would say so, yeah, because there is a ticking clock happening to you. And if that's needed, that can be used there, Ryla. But at present, I think we've navigated out of it.
Also writing out, I was trying to make sure that it made sense the way he was going about it, and there's definitely an easy way to write that as an intelligence operation.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
Which is they're acting under information they've acquired.
4 on a diff 1, so 3.
Oh, you gained 1 more? Sorry.
The ship gave 1.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know why I'm collecting when the GM just grabbed it all.
Oh no, if you're tracking, it does make it easier when someone else is tracking it. Honestly.
Yeah, I've got it.
So yeah, you look it over. There are some jargon thrown at that's specific to the organization, but you understand that these people had the data makes sense. She's made scans of people. She sees that it's noted that the people have some sort of virus. It marks it as a burning door, quote unquote. So all the people you picked up, all the survivors have it. And however, whether or not the ship is affected as well, like the actual material within the ship, is unknown. So she doesn't know if the ship is safe or not, but she knows the people on the aboard the Da Vinci, the crew plus the survivors, the crew that were knocked out, I should say. So
Okay.
Haifa is able to put that together. There's a lot of jargon that's thrown in, but Haifa is able to piece together through that. Oh, that's what this is talking about. That's what those readings mean. I get what's going on.
All right. And I'm going to guess in the same way that a modern captain could order a measles vaccine and then make it non-optional. Like you either do this or you go in the brig. I can do that as well.
Yeah, that was the thing I was highlighting for Sheena before. She doesn't have the authority to do that, but you as a CO do.
I don't. That shouldn't even ding me, should it?
You have a just cause.
Okay.
And it's for ship safety. That's one of your primary duties as a captain. That's why it was very important. That's why I wasn't trying to stop you, any of you, too much, because it was very important that it was explained clearly to Haifa that it was a ship hazard. Because if it was a, you should do it, it's like, if she doesn't know why, or she can't figure out why, then it's a ding because she's acting just because. She's following orders, you won't get dinged for that, but you might get dinged for, like, unethical or something like that. But you now have an ethical reason to be doing what you're doing.
All right.
Whoa.
Let me look. Lieutenant Arias here with us, or is he on the station?
That's all right. Yeah, oh, he's aboard, yeah. He was just off, he's sleeping at the moment, but he can be woken up, obviously.
All right. Commander Haifa to... I'm going to send a ping to Arias and Tamina to meet me and Sheena in the med bay urgently. And then I'll say, Captain, this is going to be handled in close.com.
Very well.
Then I'm going to walk out onto the bridge with Sheena and say, Centurion, sorry to keep you up longer, but the ship is now on a blue alert. All non-essential personnel to their quarters to await further orders.
Yes, Captain. Will you be taking the bridge, or am I giving the instruction?
You are. I have to see to something in Med Bay.
Yes, Captain.
Pull us out of warp. Give us a few million kilometers between us and the shuttle, the towed ship, and annihilate it.
I mean, yeah, that's one.
Yeah.
No, that's a
That's
solution.
Yeah.
Captain?
Haifa waits in case there's any questions.
May I inquire as to why the vessel needs to be destroyed?
It poses a serious medical risk. There's a infectious agent aboard. As Lieutenant Sheena's scans show, an infectious medical agent.
Yes, Captain. Bring us out of warp. Disable the tractor beam once the vessel or our trajectories have been, or not trajectories, our momentums have been nullified.
This guy was the only bridge. This guy was the only guy on the bridge, I think, that went down.
Yes.
All right. I point it. I assume he's like an ensign.
Yeah, Ensign Mayweather.
I say, Ensign, you're with me, Centurion, until I close off the blue alert. No one's comes to the bridge.
Yes, Captain.
This person, when you say "come with me," as you walk over to them and start passing them, you see them staring at the screen, and their hands are just kind of. They're lifting their hands away from the console and then trying to put it back down and trying to lift it back up. Like they can't. It's almost like they can't. They're having a problem understanding depth.
Is it enough? Is this like a situation where if I have a forceful enough personality, they'll like snap out of it long enough to come with me, or is it like I'm gonna need medical restraints?
Presence. Oh, presence command difficulty 2, I suppose. That would work.
If Ralov can assist incidentally by just carrying out the order, like put the ship on blue alert, all personnel or all non-essential personnel to their quarters. You know, there's generally order going on behind him as well.
I'm gonna give you a momentum. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I want to try it. My new form. my learn from Thralic form. This is mostly to see if the trait Andorian is going to help here.
It does.
And that's momentum spent, correct?
Yeah, I have to spend a momentum.
Yep. And does that assist?
Yes, this can work. Yeah,
Makes
you're
sense to you.
maintaining a sense of order on the bridge, which might help them pull out of their fugue.
What the hell? I refreshed Halanak Station and somehow I ended up in the 10th Fleet game. It said Rear Admiral Elder at the bottom and it said welcome to the 5th anniversary. It's like, what the hell?
Oh,
This midnight watch stuff is getting out of hand.
Imagine if that was like on the stream too.
I wish,
Yeah.
but no.
Baller transition.
I had to work this out with Roll20 in advance to have you all kind of silently moved over there. It's all for a bit, don't worry.
Oh, you didn't change it. It's not Commander Haifa, he, him. It's Commander Haifa Andorian.
Ah.
My pronouns are An/Dorian. Jinx. Andorian.
I hate that.
Is it like cultural sensitivity? You can't actually be an Andorian, but you can be an Andorane, the like legally distinct
dang
knockoff
it.
version.
I was thinking it was more like an androgynous thing. Like,
yeah,
Oh.
sure.
That's the Andorian way to put it, you see, so. As well as the Endorians, which are a bunch of teddy bears.
Those are called Ewoks.
vicious little bastards.
You're never getting anything done.
Okay.
Somehow we have.
Okay. So, so the difficulty was 2. The
Brought
trait
down to 1.
Andorian brought it down because somehow Andorians are scary.
Well,
Or at least-
you remind them of Thralic.
I was about to say it's not
Okay.
being Andorian; it's reminding them of Thralic.
Okay.
It's being a reassuring presence.
That's it. I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
No more push-ups. No more push-ups, Thralic. I mean, sorry, what?
Focus in impersonation. 'Cause I'm
Sure.
trying to get Thralick's canter.
Yes.
No, I'm not pretending
my
to be
God.
Thralic, but I'm trying to evoke a Thralic emotion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good lord.
Oh, God's in heaven.
Well,
Nope.
no, it is a Oh yeah, but I made it.
Yep.
So the answer just kind of. Huh? Sorry. Repeat the order again, please.
With me,
With you, right?
follow me this way
I'm
into the
good.
turbo lift.
Right, this way.
There we go.
We're going this way now. And the other person's like, I'm just gonna shut off what they were doing last and call up someone to replace them.
Well, I
Except
mean, I don't
you
think you
can't
are,
do that.
actually, 'cause
Yeah.
the bridge
Not
is
call
being-
up someone.
And then it's like immediately it tries to reach for a button to go, okay, I need another person. Oh, that's blinked off. Right, because of the order. So I
Yep.
guess it's just one science person over here. Great. Oh well. Double the bridge time for me. It's not how that works, but hey.
But
So-
you might get a commendation for hard work.
See, yeah, normally I'd say, okay, well, this is when you get time and a half pay, but you know,
Yeah.
Time and a half
Well,
hours for activity.
But
yeah,
the
you get
blue
time
alert
and a
and
half
the
pay,
orders
as in
will be-
1.5 times 0.
Yeah, the blue alert and the orders will be relayed and put the ship under that condition, as well as dropping out of warp vessels. Halt once the vessels are both 0 momentum. Cease the tractor beam. Make some distance. Prepare to
Full barrage because it has no
yeah.
shields.
yes. So basically, prepare a series of torpedoes. That's how you remove a vessel in its most thorough
With
state.
that, I specifically chose the word annihilate.
Yeah, that's what antimatter's for.
That's just going on in the background. I don't know if that requires. a roll.
That won't require a roll, but it will give me 3 threats. You are using torpedoes.
So what is it? The three you get?
3,
for
yeah,
the
because you're doing a
quantums?
spread.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's got to be annihilated, but it's quantum calibration, high yield. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
Because it's
like-
only scale 3, right? If
Yeah.
you do 1 breach, and its shields are down, that's automatically 2 breach. If you do 5 damage and its shields are down, that's 2 breaches, and high yield makes it 3. So
Yes.
it would be disabled in 1 hit, and then you'd need another to hit it. You would need another attack.
We can do far more than that. Don't.
How are you gonna get the 4th one? Devastating.
Yeah.
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 So I imagine you all go to down to Medical Bay.
Yep.
You called up Taminaz, I believe, and Arias.
Yep. First question is, do either of them show signs of being infected?
Afflicted.
Rise and Drop and Tamina, surprisingly, a different thing made that attack not work on them. So yeah, no, they're both fine.
Okay.
Oh wait, that's concerning.
Then I'll say lieutenants. There is currently an active psionic infection on board the ship. Lieutenant Tamina, you're going to want to review Lieutenant Sheena's data. The order is to fully cooperate with the prescribed treatment as Lieutenant Sheena has found, and anyone Lieutenant Sheena has identified as infected, Lieutenant Arias, you are to ensure that they are treated. Any questions? And Hive is very intentionally going about this and not bringing any of this other mess in, and just saying that this is a medical / psionic thing. Like it is a physical infection.
Yeah.
Given the recent experiences, I presume Tamina's just holding out her hand for the.
Yeah. No. Sheena will hand over the data and say the treatment may sound like much, but we have no other options.
Hive will say that's enough, Lieutenant. Let's focus on the actual science and not the.
Tamina doesn't actually have F2 as an injury, right?
It should be F0.
Okay, I was pretty sure. I was like, she's not.
Yeah, no.
Like that's not what you're referring to, right? Because that's fucked.
Yeah, that should be F0. It shouldn't be F2. F2, it would continue climbing. Anything above 0 is bad.
Okay.
Um.
The Da Vinci. I don't know what the crew complement of.
Have we ever figured that out?
Oh, it is 742.
Thank you.
It's listed on the bio info.
That's why I couldn't find it. I was looking at Haifa's bio.
That would make sense.
I mean,
Haifa can be
743 at the moment, I'd presume. Oh no, it's actually higher because there's the civilian personnel. Although I think they're all afflicted? ?
Yeah, you don't need to find out what percentage of them are afflicted.
Yeah, is it all of them?
I think we were told all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was 20-something of them.
So, you are looking at... it doesn't go into the next tier of problems I was thinking of anyway.
Yeah. No, it's a relatively well-sized crew, and then there's the trait of well-drilled crew, if that would help.
It does.
Ship,
you can pull down resistance or difficulty.
Resistance.
So resistance pull down. So you have to hit that number. You have 3 shots.
Oh, lovely. What are the rolls?
Which heads up means no spending threat, because we're only going to make this threat free. Like we can't afford any work to be taken back.
Oh, okay, lovely.
So,
yes. I mean, it depends on who's rolling, but by that depends on who's or what the rolls are.
This initial phase, at least, will be presence or control plus command or medicine.
I will do this first stage then.
Gotcha.
It's with
What if-
us assist.
What did we do in
certainly
my?
can.
What did we do in My Love Is a Glimmer in the Dark?
That would have been you learning about the Harbingers and heading to their star system, stuff like that. Because Shutdown was when you guys went to,
Yeah.
was when you rushed back to, was when you were dealing with the station and taking it back under control.
However, at that time we also did have afflictions going on that we were investigating and quarantining the crew with. So
That would
somewhat
apply
relevant.
here, yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what I did. It just matters what happened in the episode.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so you take that as a
Certainly would. Certainly would.
okay. Then I
Should have brought
will
Pop down with me. Oh well.
burn. I give you actually. I like reputation. Can I spend this on saving the civilian crew?
Yep.
All right. Project manager is a trait.
Yep. Difficulty or resistance.
Resistance.
It's now to 0.
Calm under pressure. Because it is a time.
Yes. Yes. So diff automatically. You have no comps currently.
And does the Da Vinci have? Oh yeah, because we established that the Da Vinci has ship-wide hollow emitters because they come standard after a certain date, right?
Right.
Can I
Right, how's the
argue
holographic personnel?
in this kind of very specific scenario hologram? Because if I am not using the shoulder band, but I'm on the Da Vinci, I can literally be instantly across the ship as needed. Like, oh, Tamina needs me in the med bay. Okay, turn off, turn back on in the med bay. But now Arias is calling and says he has some problem. Someone's not listening. Right. Turn off and turn back on over there.
Pulls you down to 1.
Honestly, it is incredibly scary to think, like, as an ensign who's like breaking like a minor uniform regulation, that at any moment your captain can teleport behind you and get mad at you. Like, you know, this is like the all-seeing eye of Horus, who will judge you at
Well-
any point if he can catch you.
It
I've
is.
just
It
been the
is.
nickname
It is not
Sauron.
omniscience, but it is omnipresence. If I could jack into the ship's sensors, then it would be both.
We're giving Haifa the nickname of Sauron here in a minute.
Yeah.
You come out groggy from a shift with your uniform untucked or whatever, and just like in the hallway, there's a burning eye that says, "I see you."
What do you mean I get dings every episode? Well, you keep showing up as a burning eye of Sauron. I'm just throwing that out there.
I don't think there's anything in the regulations against that, GM.
Out of
Terrorizing your crew counts.
uniform. Also out of uniform.
Also out of uniform.
That only counts if you're on duty.
I only do
can't
my
rip around
Sauron
your
to
crew if
being
you're
off
off duty.
duty. Holy crap.
Did
So-
we already consider everything the ship has?
Uh,
yeah, we did roll credit. I don't think meticulously maintained.
Yeah, I
it
don't
out.
see meticulous maintained or legacy vessel affecting it.
But we did take into
Uh,
account well drills. That part we did
Yep.
take. So that makes sense given the scenario.
All right. I'll give 2 momentum for a third dice.
See how it is.
Yes.
In fact, I'll go ahead and give you. I'll spend all 5 to get up to 4.
Ooh. Ooh, feeling spicy today, I see.
That's 5 successes on a diff 1.
Null assist on Tamina. 1 assist from Sheena. Thralik, would you like to get Arias?
I can do.
Only if it's in an accent, though.
No.
You have to make it look like an
I'm
accident,
taking it
though.
to 3. I'm taking it all the way to 3, GM.
Okay, so it's diff 1 you said,
Look,
though?
Yeah.
no one ever will know why the safeties were disabled on the turbolift before it crashed into the bottom of the ship and exploded, and no one will ever find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Control, medicine, focus and coordination.
Yes.
Nothing.
So that was 6 on a difficulty 1.
Yep. So 5 generated. And you owe me 5 challenge dice. Five, 6. 6 without resistance, so that is a magnitude. No. And you did 6 of the 17. I can't type. What's happening? There we go. And difficulty goes down to 0. The initial step was just getting everyone, making sure everyone is where they're supposed to be. There's no cross-contamination. You know, making sure the people who can treat them are in the right place. All the proper resources are laid out. Okay. You're ready to actually implement a ship-wide medical procedure. I am going to see no reason to change it from presence control plus command or medicine, because that still makes sense. I have no reason to mess with that. I am going to increase the difficulty by 2. So it's actually diff 2.
Okay.
But it's temporary diff 2 because I have to spend it up to that number. The added difficulty is just the novelty of it and how you're treating, which, you know, you're all kind of, from the start of it, you kind of cleared it up that you're treating this very much like a biohazard, except it's psionic. So same difference. It's like, okay, but there's a unique way we have to do this, and if we do it in this particular procedure, it minimizes exposure. Okay. It's just
so I'm
annoying
clear.
to do.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, this is physically starting to handle it now, like this is treating people?
Yep.
So the med bay comes into effect as a...
It would, you're right. Because your bay is functional, and I have no reason to think it's
Got
damaged.
your back, Haifa. It's diff 2 now.
Yeah, because if I stop bleeding, does the resistance and the diff all pop back up?
Yes.
Okay.
For the ones where it's your traits influencing it, yes.
So,
All of them, except for the one, resistance.
And
We
the
do have
difficulty of the
advanced
med bay.
sick bay.
Oh, we do? Yes.
you do?
You gain the advanced sick bay advantage, which applies to all tasks related to medicine and biology performed within the sick bay.
Oh, hey, so both of those ones you just bought are gone as diff 1 again.
It's 0.
Yeah, it was diff 1 last time, but we succeeded and removed a mag, so it
Oh,
went
yeah,
down
true,
to diff.
yeah.
Yeah.
I had to buy it up to diff 2, but then you pointed out just medbays in general give this, but it's an advanced medbay, so it actually brought it down to diff 0.
Which we should have got on the original one. We just didn't.
I didn't think it would
notice.
apply to the original one, given it was gathering people from outside the med bay
Yeah.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we should probably add one of those things to the Da Vinci's trait list. It does technically say it's a trait, right?
It does say it's a trait. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a diff 0 roll. I tried to spend it. I spent it up. You pulled it back down. It's diff 0. Oh,
Right,
and one slice of pie went away because time went by.
I'm going to spend 4.
4.
This is why threat starving a GM is important, because it stops me from messing with you at this point.
Yeah, that was like every intelligence operation on the, what was that ship called? Yandy.
Yeah.
SS Yandy. We just had to starve you the entire time to pull them off.
Because I'm still leading from a command perspective Starfleet protocol.
Yeah, I could see that.
If if only Haifa was actually a little bit better at command, there would have been multiple crits there. But we're not there yet.
Yeah. Soon.
Well, before I do that, I need to do something about collaboration engineering because I'm going to have to pull the points from engineering, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Question,
suddenly
Oh,
getting
hell
switch
yeah.
and track is weird.
Question?
Yeah, if I am assisting on the like the science and like the chemistry behind manufacturing whatever chemicals were used to do this, could I argue for control instead of command or medicine science for the assist?
Control
You
would be
could.
an option.
Okay.
I follow what you're saying, yeah. Especially for an assist. Assist can kind of... I always like assist going outside
1, 2, 3,
the
4,
initial
5,
bounds.
6,
Yeah.
7.
You're doing these
Because
side stuff.
you're not doing the main thing. You're doing a thing that helps.
Arias.
Yes, that's me.
See? The accent's what gets it to work.
Yeah. Essentially, you're being the maintaining,
Yeah, I'd like
reassuring
to.
presence of security.
Yeah, I'd like to
whatever.
argue for either presence or control security here for getting people to sickbay in an orderly fashion.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to. This isn't really an option, sir. I'm not... It's for our safety.
Yeah.
See that little girl over there is holding her teddy bear? It's for her, too. Oh, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I just looked at the science book, and it reminded me that temporary holographic organs are a thing.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
And I was thinking, Haifa might actually think for a second, oh, a good solution to this is temporary holographic brains till we can make them their meat brains again. But then it's like, oh, they're not going to like that at all. So I'll just keep that one to myself.
So we have
Yeah.
3 float and 6 on the table. I would suggest 2 of
I gotta-
that to
let me-
reduce time.
Let me roll because I can do that after I see what the result
That is
of
also true.
2,
Uh,
4.
I'm gonna reroll one of those. Actually, no, it'd be no, because there's a chance I could get a 2.
There is.
Hey,
Like that.
Yeah,
2,
like
3,
that.
4, 5, 6. 6 generated puts you to 12. Counting down. Definitely can't go lower than 0. And what do you do with this 2 float?
Swift? Question mark?
Swift raises the div.
In this extended task, you could save time essentially. So it's not a swift, but you're spending to say that you're doing it extra fast, basically.
So the interval doesn't go down.
Right.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So don't move the slice down. So you still have 2 shots at the can left. And I'm gonna call for your escape for you on that because you can't really fail this anymore. I don't see how you biff this without purposely biffing it.
Oh, don't worry, I can do it.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough momentum on the table that
But this isn't the Stavager, you see. So
we would have to fail and roll multiple complications on 2 successive rolls.
Shots fired.
We're gonna find out if he's still watching or if he watches the VOD later. But it's later. So yeah, no. A massive effort is undertaken. Lots of people's memories are erased. Up to, it's not like mass erasure, like, they're not like complete empty husks. It's just everything up until encounter with the creature, basically. So everything is, and out of safety, just a little bit before it, just in case. So there's a huge gap in a lot of people's memories, but.
Haifa asks, Lieutenant Sheena, is it possible to would it destroy our efforts if I gave an update saying to the crew, some people's memories had to be altered to save us from a life-threatening psionic infection. Some of you will have reduced memory of the last 48 hours, but Dr. Tamina has taken great effort to make sure that no one has had any permanent loss other than that 48 hours.
GM, can I make an insight roll onto whether or not this would be acceptable? Because I feel like it would be more. I feel like it's honestly good to psychologically inform them of this. So rather than feeling like something's wrong and they should investigate further, they know something's wrong and that they should not investigate further.
Insight, medicine, or science. Gods. Medicine or security, difficulty 2.
Okay. Insight, security. Trait of Midnight Watch Agent. I should know about this stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. I'm spending a momentum. All right, and I get 2 back.
I'm just gonna draw 1. I was about to delete it, then you made 2, and I'm like, I'm not even going to. You have a float.
Well.
Figure it out. No. Write your own story. I'm done. No. No, it's fine because because you're not telling them about the thing that they ran into. You're telling them that they're okay. You know.
It also might stop people who half remember a thing from digging into it too much. They're like, oh, I know why it happened. I know why I can't remember.
Yeah. And it's a thing that sometimes happens. Like, this doesn't happen all the time, but Starfleet sometimes does have to do memory clears for certain types of threats. So it's not completely unusual, but it is. Talking about it won't undo the work.
Then I will say just that. I believe it is acceptable for us to communicate with the crew about this. Just keep it limited and leave out the specifics.
All right. I'll make that announcement.
Do you want to do anything with that float?
Yeah, can I spend 2 to create the advantage that whatever information I'm able to help give the captain, whatever information I'm able to give the commander means that they will have an advantage on convincing people to not do anything. Essentially, that I've given them the science behind it that will make people more likely to believe him.
You could do that, yeah.
All right, then that's what I will do.
Those are gone now.
Yeah. I was about to delete them and then they moved again.
So is the crisis averted, or am I about to get a call that says get to Halanak now?
Self-destruct initiated.
No, Frolic, you can't do that. Only I can do that.
What, it was
You're right, I can't do that.
It's Ralph.
You can't do that either. It was taken away from you. You can't do that via codes. I'm sure you can do it with a bomb in the warp area, the warp program.
He has plenty of ways to do it. Don't you worry about that.
Wilson
can't have my codes though.
He does have a drone that can mimic holographic signatures.
But yeah, the scene ends there with the crisis being averted and Sheena being able to send a solve communique. The crisis that the ship was under, the threat it was under, is no longer present.
You don't have to have the...
And a lesson for the future. I think if Sheena had just come in and said, Captain, I think I found a medical hazard we should look into. Much less problem.
Okay, in my defense, they needed a supporting character to answer the phone from Thralic in order to convey some information. And I was like, oh, I will be a good player and I will answer the phone. That way we can keep going. I did not realize that I would have to convince the commanding officer of the ship to let me brainwash half the crew and not be able to tell her why. So, you know,
I realized I kind of shot you in the foot there.
But, yeah.
You know, you don't get calls very often to play background characters. So, like, when the studio calls, you do it. Right.
Yeah.
Even if there isn't a script.
Yeah.
This is why we have unions. Wait,
Yeah.
we don't have a union in the 10th Fleet. That's
I mean, we
I can
would,
start one
except
right now.
that I think Serana is out there busting them up.
Hey.
So it's a brand new day on Halanak Station.
Trying not to be assassinated for political reasons. What?
I think we can get another roll in to counter the plans of the Minister of Defense.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to take this one then, Frolic? And then we'll alternate.
Oh, which one is it?
I'll take
It's-
the presence.
Presence command is the one I think you already
Command
said.
lead.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
remember, if you still want to assist, Talora can do the reading.
It's true. I'll take the lead on this one. It, lets
Yeah.
me use resources and all that.
Oh yeah, like your
Um,
determination.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's not allowed. The Union told me you're not allowed to do that. So
Oh shoot,
Sorry, what union?
the 10th Union, you see,
the Cardassian Union.
the Cardassian
10th Union?
Didn't they die or something like Cardassian? Like something
They're a
else now?
protectorate now in
Yeah.
10th
Yeah.
verse.
All right, what's the difficulty on that?
Your mama. 8 is 2.
It's not a number. All right.
Why do I have it then? But tis. Sorry.
Yep, Diff 2, Resistance 3.
Yes.
Cool. Can I spend for the value? I am the voice of the Federation here.
Explain
Uh,
or elaborate.
part of my role as a Starfleet officer is to be a representative of the Federation's ideals as well as it as a polity, and combating fascism seems to really align with those ideals.
I don't know. I mean, all it takes is for one angry farm boy with a gun to make that not true.
And you remember that one propaganda video that was going around of the Da Vinci being hit by a nuke? Yeah, she can finally spin that in a positive light of, hey, look how willing we were to defend others with our own vessel.
But you
And
can
we're
do
here to
that.
help
You can go with that. That explanation makes sense.
Cool. Like, I have another value I could use, but I think Voice of the Federation sounds nicer here.
It does.
Yeah. And then a focus in I'd like to do guidance, actually, because I'm trying to. I'm not like ordering people to do things, because I'm mostly talking with like FIS officials and stuff. I'm guiding people towards a better solution.
I'll take wording. I will take that.
Yeah. A better outcome.
I mean, like 3 minutes ago, they were calling me a union buster, and I almost said, "Oh yeah, she's a fusion of nationalism and socialism," and I had to stop myself.
You just keep doing it to yourself, really.
I do.
The jokes write themselves.
They do. All right, so that's 4 hits.
So gain
Yeah.
2.
What was the specific
Drop
manner of
save.
how this was going around again? Sorry.
Doing planning here.
Guiding like FAS people and working against them, that sort of thing. Inspiring people to fight fascism.
I.
Listen, I'm trying to think of an convincing assist that doesn't use command, because she's not great at that.
Yeah.
I think we've got it, even if you just roll commands.
Also,
Yeah.
GM, I'm wondering, can I pull down the resistance with the trait Andorian? I have a justification for this.
I'm willing to hear it. I might laugh at it, but I can hear it.
I'm already laughing at it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm walking through 10 hoops here, but okay.
You good?
I'm great. because Thralic is partially leaning on the fraught history of Andorian imperialism and militarism to hold up as I understand the culture of some of these impulses that lead to fascism, and here is the path that my people have taken to avoid that and get to where we are in the Federation now.
Well, I'll take that.
And I just thought of my finagled assistance, which isn't necessary, but I wanted to do it anyway. So Thralic is going and meeting with various different members of the FIS in various different positions, and we're not entirely sure if they're allegiance, but we're trying to convince them of one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
So, Talora's assistants could very well be monitoring their communications afterwards, or keeping an eye on them afterwards, just to be like, do they go immediately talk to a Minister of Defense or a Minister of Defense associate, or do they do something else? Just as a checklist kind of idea.
That would turn it into, I would say, I'll call it insight security for that assist.
There we go. I'm fine with that. That's still better. She's not doing the talking, because it doesn't make sense for her to be doing the talking.
Yeah.
Especially not with a voice of the Federation one. It's like, hi.
It's like, I'm going to poison the well here if I talk. I should leave this alone.
Yes, I can vouch for what she's saying, because we're the ones that tried to turn it against them and make them kill each other.
Not that I'm doing that to you, though. Not that I'm doing that to you.
We're the outside force that all those people unified against like 200 years ago.
Now we're here to help.
Uh-huh.
Like, there is an argument to be made of what their current civil war is about, but that is explaining other current politics, and that just makes things muddy. Because it's current, not past.
7 challenge dice plays.
Yep.
It was a diff 1, so 1, 2, that's right. Oh. Well, we made 2.
Yeah, but...
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I spent determination on that, so...
What was the diff?
1, 2.
Diff was 2 at base.
Yeah, diff 2,
we
8,
made
so
3
everything we rolled was... Yeah.
Yep.
Challenge dice.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I will spend a float to re-roll. 3. Yeah.
5, 6.
Yeah, it died, I'm sorry.
Oh no.
You have
And then
resistance.
yeah, I'll spend 1 to quell the remaining 2 resistance.
Quelling resistance, eh? Very federational.
Yeah. Subjugating even.
That time I chose the phrasing on purpose.
That's what Talora's actually here for.
Uh-huh.
They
Yeah.
didn't agree with you, she just meets them in the back room with the disruptor.
Oh,
High power,
no.
no evidence.
So another day of the day goes on, and as the 3 of you are working on this and having various meetings across the station, that's when the Da Vinci A warps into system. By this point, it's in the timeline, the Da Vinci A travels the actually. You might arrive sooner, because I just realized, now that you blew up the ship that was slowing you down, there's nothing to stop you from using the QSD.
Yeah.
Okay, so Haifa's only reasoning for using the QSD was we need... this ship is unstable. It needs to get back to dry dock. If I can get it back there sooner, that lowers the chance of it breaking up. But with that ship gone, that reason's gone.
Okay.
So I didn't need to jump back unless, hint, hint, someone said, we need you now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You so basically arrive essentially the next day.
Yeah.
In the middle of next day, essentially, because you left at an odd hour, but same difference.
And then, we request a dry dock because communication's damaged.
All right.
So maneuvering happens. You're able to stop at dry dock.
And there's the civilians to filter and process, etc., etc.
Oh.
I'm sure that's being delegated to Rylov rather than Haifa dealing with it.
Oh, the civilians?
Yeah.
Oh, are they Federation citizens?
They are.
Yes.
Did we decide on how many people the prototype can carry?
It's a small craft, so I imagine like
It's a size, size 2.
Scale 2.
So probably.
Well, no, it didn't have to be scale 2. I wanted it to be scale 2
to give you extra room.
Yeah,
I'd say like 6. 6, 12 in an emergency, really.
There's also going to say we made this on the theoretical basis that it could serve as a high-speed transport between Upentar and the Federation, and so I assume it has at least some sit-down capacity.
Yeah, I'm thinking 6 all told, so like 4 passengers at a time. 5 passengers at a time.
But it's
but you can hold more in an emergency, like double that in an emergency, because you just have standing room.
So that issue with the engines, it sounded like that was unresolvable with the prototype. That was only something that could ever be fixed as a concern on a production variant.
Well, yeah, part of it is you don't know. Oh, well, you did kind of fix it, didn't you? But you, I would say that you have a temporary fix, so you could fly it if you wanted or needed to, but it's a mess in there, so there's a complication increase just because you have a mess of wires. But to fix that, make it a permanent fix, you'd have to spend some time rebuilding the prototype to that new specification.
So there are civil means to get them back without needing that.
Yeah, but I figured they need secondary medical observation, right? Like they probably need to go back to a core world with state-of-the-art medical facilities. Because they were under whatever this hazard was a lot longer than our crew.
I mean, Halanak Station has medical facilities, but so does the nearby
Halanak Station's medical is not that high.
That's true. What is it? It's like 2?
3.
Which for a station isn't very high.
But that's not Starfleet Standard 3, right? Because they're behind us technologically. The only thing they have over us is the drive.
Well, I keep forgetting what the damn Narendra has.
Has way better, yeah. This one, they have 3, but if you were Team Hospital Halanak, I'd be like, oh, here's a bunch of aliens that you've never encountered before, whose medical files you've only recently gotten the last few months. Treat all these aliens for this novel disease they've only encountered a handful in the last year. Okay, maybe you should go to your home world. Just we're not saying no, but we're saying there's better medical facilities out there.
Out of concern for them,
Render Station has a midnight watch office.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care about them though.
I'm just saying they are psionic experts.
Yeah, tell me how you really feel.
But there's a Federation-wide famous doctor there though.
It's true.
That's also true, yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to send Click and CLAC to make a series of QST jumps. I think if there's 30 people, it's gonna take them like 5 jumps. Yeah, it's going to take them 5 jumps to do it carefully, with 2 people plus 6 the 2 pilots plus the 6 passengers.
Yeah,
that'd be 4 passengers.
Was it 6 total people, or?
Yep.
Sorry. It'd be 4 passengers with 2. Because scale 2 has you need at least 1 person to fly it, and there's another seat for control. So you'd have 2 people plus the 4 in the back. You could have 4 sitting comfortably and safe, or 8 if you have all of them standing up back there for about half an hour.
Well, it wouldn't even be a half hour because
true.
Narendra's not that far away. So yeah, so that we'll pack them in there because it's only like 2 trips.
Yeah, it's a
3
subway.
trips,
It's a
I think.
subway ride, honestly.
Yeah, it is going to be like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'll have them. That way, they're not here. They are back at a Federation-owned core station that has great facilities. So not our problem, and they're in the best place they could be.
Plus that's where the director of the highest ranked medical officer for Shackleton operations is. Like, that's where she's based out of. So that's where, and I think Narendra has pretty good medical facilities.
Also, sealed and signed orders back to 10th Fleet Command about the whole situation.
Yeah. Just so you know why I authorized memory wipe, there's a reason. Don't get mad at me. I have a just cause. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's all easily done. There's no rules for that. That's, you have the means, and there's no real reason that would fail. So
the answer is no. I'm not pushing that off on Rylov.
The 5 of you are actually able to encounter each other. Well, it's in some part of the station, because you probably run into each other. Run into the 2 off ship, meet the 3 on station during the boarding and all that sort of stuff. About midday-ish or so. By the time this is all, actually more by this point, it'd be like afternoon, because Haifa had stuff to organize and stuff. So before running to everyone else.
So this is in operations.
I don't know if it's in operations. You could be somewhere else on the station if you guys like. It could be anywhere on station. You're just probably not in the Da Vinci at the moment.
The question is, are we being called to a meeting, or are we happenstancing?
This is happenstancing. That's my thought on it.
Then I think operations.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll say for no reason in particular, it is pretty obvious that Serana is not at the current height of physical health. Like, there's sort of like her yellowish color is a lot more dulled and pallid, and she she's displaying the Upantara symptoms of insomnia. However, she said nothing is wrong, and that she's excited for the upcoming celebrations, and that she's glad all of her legal problems have gone away.
Haifa is also paler than normal.
Wait, he's blue.
Uh-huh.
I mean, yes.
Unlike the RGB settings on your skin tone, yeah, you've turned down the red a lot.
So I guess walking in with Rylov in tow.
Stepping off the lift, yeah.
So yeah. Commander Haifa, Centurion Rylov.
I'll hand a pad over to Captain Thralic and say, there's a copy of the situation report sent to 10th Fleet Command.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing interesting in there. I mean, you wouldn't believe the week we've been having. I'm sure it's walking the park to just investigate a regular derelict ship.
That is an accurate description of the situation, Captain.
Yeah, she kind of like flashes an appreciation and says, enjoy the quiet moments. They're the best part of this job.
All right. Well,
I imagine Laura just goes over to her senior, brief conversation back and forth there.
Captain starts around it. Was it Memorizer or Shamanizer? I forget what their title is. I keep rewriting this, and the translator gave me both answers.
I'm sorry, what are you asking of me?
Is it Memorizer or Shimmerite? The person's asking you like titles and various minor bits of Opentar culturalisms.
Yeah, well, her question is, in what context, crewman? These are different roles. You fulfill different things.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. Okay, so they handled this and that.
No, you're completely wrong on first assumptions. What you're actually looking for is the digitizers.
Perhaps depending on the
Oh.
circumstances, maybe an archiver. They're in the
Archiver.
complete wrong segment.
A digitizer. Is that the one with the little robots?
No.
And as such, the operations has like a bunch of things that are happening all across the station that aren't a critical thing. It's just, ships moving around, people needing things, harmonizers doing minor crime things,
Business is normal.
Business as normal.
I haven't even had time to make my banners for the celebrations. I've been so busy with other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a pad next to her, and she's like doodling on it, like with some art program up, different designs for what banners she's going to hang.
Is there anything you need, Captain? Or
Sorry, I was waiting for that thing to be over. All right, let's get the two of you read in on the upcoming Harmony Day festival. We have some important matters to discuss in that vein. I know it's very different than your most recent assignment, but I assure you, our diplomatic duties are no less important. She says that with a little bit of an emphasis.
Mm-hmm. Like, imagine Ralph's turning back around to Captain Thralic when she starts talking. He's probably got a pad that has been handed from the brief conversation with Dolores, because I'm not role-playing with myself there. But
Coward.
just, the very, very vague brief filling in, here, read this. It doesn't look out of place, because that's exactly what she's supposed to do.
Yeah.
That's exactly her job. And he'll turn around and just look at Thralic with a small nod.
Captain of Stars, you have the command. I'll be reading in the rest of our Starfleet contingent on the upcoming festivities.
Yeah, the ceremony should be pretty low-key. You don't have much of a role in it. The harmonizer should handle all security concerns. I wouldn't worry too much. Just tell them about the important diplomatic role they fulfill.
And I'll lead the three of you, because I think I will be bringing Talora here with this, to my office.
You're going to be heading off elsewhere. As you three of you head off, someone hits their contact on the other side of this of the railing. So you hear them. Instead of shouting across the room, you hear your console pings as this person. It's not that person. It'd be like someone further away. This person over here is pinging your console to let you know that they're sending you a message. Then they murmur into their console, and then you hear it full volume where you are. Captain of Stars, I have a requisition from one of the embassies, the Imperial, the Romulan Empire. Sorry, they're requesting us to scan for their fleet liaison. They have not seen them turn in today, and they're hoping that we could find them on station for them, see if they're aboard.
Right.
It's not me. I didn't do it. I wasn't here.
Yes, I will run a quick scan, and if we can't find them, I will go file the report with the harmonizers. That is very concerning indeed. In front of such a big festival, we can't not have the Klingon representative to the station here. Oh my god, think of the consequences of what would happen. Oh boy, okay.
Wrong Empire.
Okay. Wrong Empire.
Oh wait, can I say Klingon? I'm so tired. Romulan.
Yeah. That was the highest tier of insult. You are being executed.
No, Look.
It's been a long day.
Her foreigners are foreigners.
Okay. Oh, she's flip-flopping back over, boys.
Okay.
Double agent right here.
Look,
We just need a big wall all around the station. Anyway.
Look, you guys might be foreigners, but you're my foreigners. Okay.
Great band, by the way.
Real
Anyway.
talk. Okay. I would like to run a brief scan for the Klingon, for the Romulan attaché.
Reason plus medicine
Romulans,
difficulty
Klingons,
of
they all look
2,
the same, you know?
assisted by sensors plus medicine.
Please
Okay,
don't
I'm
ask
gonna
me to save him.
reason medicine. Right.
I will out of spite, but
Do we have any momentum? We do. All right.
yeah.
Spending 3 for focus and sensor operations. GM,
What
would
if I
sensor
don't give you
operations
that?
be useful here?
It would be, yeah.
Wow, what a major coincidence.
This is where I
Okay,
say, nah, it doesn't work. But you still have to spend the points, though, so.
Yeah. Sensor operations to yeah, none of that's gonna be helpful. Yeah, why don't you take 3 threat?
Certainly. And the clock ticks down. No, I'm just kidding. It
the
clocks down
bomb
retroactively.
explodes.
Yeah.
Alright, let's do momentum.
Plus the station.
Oh,
Yep, got the station.
Oh, thank you.
Sensors.
We're like finally doing something for a change.
I
Complication.
know, right?
Damn, I was wrong.
Nothing from the ship.
You check over the logs in the sensors and do a quick, and then do a present scan to see, looking for those particular life signs. Those life signs are not aboard the station.
In that case, I will activate my QEC and I want to call the front desk of the Harmonizer's office.
Harmonizer's office. How can we help you, station command? Station operations. Sorry.
This is LTCOS Serana. I have to file a missing persons report.
Very good. Do you have biometrics for this person and name?
Yes. GM, what's their name?
Sub-Commander Rule.
Yes. I knew that. I am looking for a Romulan man, Sub-Commander Rule. He has been missing for several days now. And I was just asked to run a brief scan to try to find him, and he's not on the station. His life signs are not on the station at all, which means he must have gone missing at some point.
For momentum, the Harmonizer office can give you some information.
Okay. I'll spend it.
No.
My wine.
My cookie.
Checking over. Let me see if I can find something out for you, Captain of Stars. One moment, please. Stay on the line. Oh, well. I mean, I could bring this to the Harmonizer Kovic, but according to the flight records we have, it seems that they left station aboard a ship heading for. Let me get you coordinates. They did submit a flight plan. Heading for Narendra Station, it seems. Let me get you ship name. Assume you'll want to pass. Do you want us to pass that on, or did you want to do that, Captain?
No. If you left of his own free will, then there is no mystery. Thank you. I'll handle this matter from here.
All right. Thank you for your call.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay. In that case, then. I will go interrupt that meeting halfway through to tell them about what I found.
See, now this requires a banner.
So true.
He's gonna come back.
Is that a threat?
He is a threat, yes.
You remember how he got here in the midst of a fleet, a cloaked fleet.
No, I do, but I have to ask, like legally.
Sorry.
Oh, I would in no manner make a threat against another liaison officer.
So yeah, Sarah, you step into the room as I imagine some level of discussion's occurring.
Yeah, well, I was gonna. Do you want to handle that first?
Yeah, is there anything you guys want to resolve before Halanak comes in to tell you the bad news?
Yeah. What was Thralic reading us into?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Your resignation.
as we get to no, not that one. After we get to the office, Puck will turn around and say, "All right, so we've gone from the situation you have. Glad that that's resolved. Um, into a political situation here. I have information from Captain of Stars Serana indicating that the Minister of Defense is ramping up for a coup attempt to coincide with the Harmony Day festivities. We don't know the precise form this coup attempt is taking, but the Captain of Stars has asked for my assistance and is also working with the Harmonizers to attempt to avert this or at least spin it in such a way that we do not end up with a military coup.
What is the diplomatic corps' stance on this?
I haven't received a response yet.
Time lag?
Right. This far out in the Shackleton, we...
I've got you covered, Captain. Haifa says, Haifa to Da Vinci.
Bridge Da Vinci, go ahead, Captain.
As soon as Ensign Silas returns from their current jump, have them hold until they can talk with me and Captain Thralic.
They're just pulling into dock now, Captain.
All right. Tell them to wait for orders from Captain Thralic, and then to return to make to make another jump to Narendra and back to hand these orders off.
Acknowledged. Standing by,
Awesome.
Captain.
If you want, Captain, you can have a set of order. You can have information to and from Narendra in an hour.
Wonderful. I'll forward the... I'll encrypt and forward a copy of my request to the Diplomatic Corps and have that sent.
We won't be able to get any support, but at least we can get guidance.
Ralph's
It's
just
better than nothing.
slowly scrolling through this pad that he's been handed while listening to the Trolloc line.
Yeah.
If the Diplomatic Corps has no guidance, what do you intend to do, Captain?
I intend to operate within the full purview of the Halanak agreement and my role here as a Starfleet commanding officer to help guide the nascent FIS away from a ruinous path.
Certainly, being in command of the capital of the FIS gives you extreme leeway.
Some, yes, but there are still a number of regulations that must be strictly adhered to here.
Do you intend to let them make a move so that it is obvious what you have stopped, or is your intention to prevent them from ever getting started?
I believe that with the information from Captain Star Serana, it is too late to stop them from getting started. These plans are merely days away from being enacted.
2 days at this point, I believe. No, 3 days. Two days have passed, 3 days to go. Yeah.
I've put out an invitation to the other Starfleet ships in the region that they can feel free to drop by our festivities. that's the most we'll be likely to get in terms of any support. Until and unless there is a change in government, it is still within our purview to assist in preventing the unlawful overthrow of the current FIS government.
My suggestion, Captain, would be let me work together with Specialist Click and rewrite major sections of the station's access protocols so that you and the president have fresh control over the station rather than any control that might have been tampered with by the coup plotters. Like, they may have already attempted to infiltrate the computer.
It's possible.
That's what he
Doing
said.
that within the bounds of the FIS's free information agreements, however, might tip our hand, because right now, we don't believe the Minister of Defense knows that we know anything. The longer we can keep that advantage, the better.
And his plan doesn't necessarily seem, to the understanding I can gather, not blatantly a coup. It is...
You don't think he seeks to take...
No, he seeks full power, just...
But not forceful control of the station.
Door chime.
Matter.
Not like hold up a hand.
Yeah, naturally it's like...
Yeah. Enter.
Listen, I know what you were talking about was probably very important, but I have just received urgent news I've just received an urgent update. Subcommander Rule. Subcommander Rule has gone missing. Not only has he gone missing, but he seemingly has willingly boarded a civilian freighter or a civilian passenger ship from here to Halanak to Narendra Station. Oh my God, names. Whatever this means, I don't know yet, but whatever it means, it's not good, because that means the Romulan Empire no longer wants to maintain diplomatic relations with us.
Okay, he's missing.
By
what means?
He's been missing from his post for days now, and having now investigated it, he boarded a civilian ship for Narendra Station and hasn't been seen since.
GM, my understanding is that within the time frame he could have left, he will not. There's no way he could be back before the ceremony.
Depends how much information we have on the course that ship took.
If it's a civil freighter, yeah, it would the trip there. They'd need a lift back at high warp.
Okay, so a warship could get them back.
Yeah, but a civil freighter wouldn't be able to turn around and come back in time. They're quite some distance away.
Yeah, I'm more just confused on the definition of missing, but you know where he is. Who reported him missing?
He's not. Missing was a misnomer. He's not missing. He's not where he is supposed to be. He has abandoned his post.
Didn't out of character? Didn't his staff call up and report him missing?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm trying to get around to say.
Okay, is that what happened? His staff reported him missing?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Empire is actually inquiring where he went.
One of his staffers reported him missing. So yes, we literally know where he is in a vague sense, but he's still missing from his posts.
That is a drastic difference to the Empire withdrawing its support then. Or support, air quotes.
Station operations, Captain
He's
Thralic.
doing something they don't know about.
The four of you continue this discussion.
He's doing something that they claim not to know about. I wouldn't necessarily take their word at face value.
Yeah, I'll just walk
You're
back
catching
out.
on. Yeah. Grouse is
Unfortunately,
gonna look at Stern and be like, "Oh, you're catching on."
Oh, as you're stepping out of the lift, someone just walks over and says, "We have a response from the diplomatic corps.
Okay.
They're sending over a Minister Satori is coming from the Barca system. That's the along with a escort staff officer, Candace Adams. They should be arriving in about by midday tomorrow.
That's
They are
incredibly fast.
They were already in the Barca system and heading our way for an audit, and it seems that they are now speeding up given the new report that was sent.
All right. Send a message that we look forward to their arrival.
Acknowledged.
I guess have they already left?
Well, I mean, I'm out on the command deck. So.
I know this is me, the player, asking. They've already left.
Yeah, they were already en route to you, and
Okay.
then it was like they were already on the way to you guys, and then we're like, oh, we were already heading your way anyway, but we'll just speed up, I guess. We were going there for a different reason. I guess we're going there for this reason now.
All right. Was there anything else, Lieutenant?
No, just wanted to pass along. I knew that was a priority on your list, Captain. So.
All right. Thank you. I think Throlic will do the command equivalent of looking like she didn't come up here just for that, but she did. She does a couple other things out here and then heads back to the office.
And Browse right is
yeah.
going.
So someone walks over and is like, "Can you sign off on my vacation plan in 8 months?"
Mm-hmm.
And then you
Yeah.
go back.
Yeah.
I was just like, as interesting as it is that he's missing, I am unfortunately not in a position to touch that, unless specifically ordered to. And at that, there would be protests from the Empire.
I don't think any of us are in a position to.
No, I mean very different positions, Arana. At war with him.
And look, the positions you want to occupy with this man are not important. What matters is that we don't bring your war to our station.
That was what I was agreeing with, and you're finding reason to argue with me on my agreement.
Commander Captain Throlic. So you have a plan?
We have several plans in various stages.
All right. Do any of them involve the Da Vinci?
In some capacities. What idea do you have?
Do any of them involve the Da Vinci in a way that's going to cause the level of concern I've had at past interventions you have made, to the degree which it might be best to go ahead and get those discussions out of the way before the crisis?
Has there been
basically would you like to justify anything you need me to do in the future now, or do you want to wait until the seconds count to justify it?
You get like an ice stock raise, and she says, "Is there a problem here that we need to resolve?"
There are many conflicting Starfleet regulations and Federation laws, which may or may not each have important governance over this situation. It is Commander Throlic's responsibility to decide, which of those are applicable. And it would behoove Commander Thorlick to do that now rather than in a couple of days.
I think the Starfleet officers might need a bit of space here. I will leave the room. I'm sorry, I didn't say that in character. I will like look between the two of them and feel some tension and say, "Oh, I believe I have other things I need to get to," and I will leave the room.
Yeah,
Exo's prerogative.
Haifa-
I can escape while I can.
yeah.
Yeah, Haifa's body language is not hostile. Haifa generally just thinks this would be a good point for Thralic to avoid the Midnight Watch situation again by like now you get to explain this and there's not a ticking time bomb. Like, do you want me to shoot the ships? If you want me to shoot the ships, please explain.
If we're in a situation where there is an active coup, we might be called upon by the legitimate government of the FIS to assist them.
And you're prepared to make the determination on what that, and not only you're prepared to make the determination and take the responsibility for the determination on who the legal government is.
Well,
Yes.
one of them might be hiring mercenaries to help them propagate this, which doesn't seem like a very standard way of... If you're official and legal, you don't need mercenaries to be your enforcement.
Well,
Or potentially...
Yes. There is
potentially assaulting the station so you can defend it and be the hero?
There's an ocean of nuance. What little nuance we can eliminate, I'd like to.
Of course. I'll do what I can on that front. My information, though, is constantly developing, and we came upon this plan, again, 5 days before it's planned to be enacted. We may have to play fast and loose. I'll take every effort to make sure that you're fully read into the situation as it develops, though.
All right. I might make two Well, first, you don't want to reorganize station access to ensure you and the president have the appropriate access and no one else does, because you're afraid that would alert the defense minister.
No, it's that I need to check over FIS legal proceedings and see if we can do it in such a way that it doesn't...
I meant speaker.
the presiding speaker.
Yeah.
We need to see if there's a way we can do it that doesn't alert the Minister of Defense. Right now, I'm not aware of one. There might be a loophole in some legal construct.
So this is all fairly reactionary at the moment.
Yes. I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to figure out where I could best help. You may not find out until it's too late, so it would be a waste of my time to focus on that if you're unsure. So, I think what would be best is that I leave Centurion Rylov, who I suspect has skills to navigate this situation.
I don't know what you possibly could mean.
With you, Captain. And I will...
Slanderous.
It's true, though. I will spend the next few days drilling the Da Vinci's crew and getting our comms repaired, so that whatever comes, the Da Vinci will be in good order.
Oh, Captain Haifa.
Yes.
Just a reminder that you should contact Admiral Trailblazer in regards to his fleet deployment that was going to render us assistance.
Yeah, I sent up. He is subject to the 10th Fleet.
Okay. I'm sure he didn't know that happened. He just was like, just so we're not sending a science ship into the jaws of some psionic crystal monster in that system.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I should state that explicitly, but I was under the impression that Trailblazer is still subject to Grennan, and that by sending the whole situation to Grennan, it will make its way to Trailblazer.
He has independent command. But telling Grennan means Grennan will tell him, because they're both working in the same area.
Okay, I thought 10th R&D meant that they were technically under the 10th. But I guess not.
They are an auxiliary to. They assist to their situation. So whenever some R&D thing comes up, they are the ones that focus on it, rather than taking up 10th resources.
Okay.
Also, isn't Grennan only one of, like, 4 admirals at Narendra?
He's the one in command of the 10th fleet, though, isn't he?
No, he's in command of the Halanak mission. There's an admiral for the Stavanger, and an admiral, a rear admiral for the Project Enduring Friendship. And then there's the vice admiral in ultimate command over all Starfleet personnel in tandem with General Oda for the Klingon side of the problem.
And then someone above them.
And well, the next person above them goes all the way back to, for Klingons, all the way back to Kronos, and for Federation goes all the way back to the Admiralty back on Earth.
Okay. So, that is to say, not Althatin.
He wishes.
Uh,
He really does.
Trailblazer will get this information that I've sent. I don't need to send him something separate.
Yeah, because if you send it up the chain and it's related to him, they would read him in.
Okay. Yes.
He'd appreciate the heads up as a
thing.
nice thing, but it's not. He would get it eventually.
It was just a thing I wanted to make sure was, you know.
Because I don't know how much Command wants to tell him.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Well,
he's part of your illicit little group.
Smiley face, he is.
Not illicit.
You've been legal for 8 years. Well, 8.5. It was 7.5. But...
Haifa understands where you're coming from. Haifa doesn't like it.
Fair.
But yeah, sorry, that was just, wanted to make sure
yes.
that was definitely not a bites us later when the ship dies and... But yes, really, I think one of the best things is just being present in the system.
So,
if either of us can find means by which we can go through the station's computers and secure those, that would be excellent. I'll add it to the list of things.
Do a verified security check. I mean, she's working with the harmonizers. She can talk to them, I assume.
Actually,
with Kovic.
I think, Captain, being a presence is not what's best for the Da Vinci. If the defense minister has outside resources, what might be best is to take advantage of the Da Vinci's slim sensor silhouette, and position the Da Vinci in the star system in a way that it is difficult to detect. That way, we might preserve an advantage on any force that comes in.
You might just be a minute, 2 minutes away on QSD then. Would be a more
I mean that might be
surprise.
the best way to hide, is to just go sit out in deep space with the sim slits or silhouette, right? Because the slim sensor silhouette's whole thing is like, right, it's not a cloak, it's just difficult for people to see you unless they're looking for you.
You're no longer passively visible. They have to make a roll.
Yeah, and who is looking at random stretches of deep space?
Scientists usually, but you know.
Yeah, but scientists normally don't look like Orion pirates and Klingon mercenaries.
Wow.
True. But if you are going to do that, do you want me on the Da Vinci or on the station?
As the planning continues, as preparations are made, I think we're going to call it here. As
Fair.
I believe a certain harmonizer is going to have some information and is going to have some questions and hopefully get some answers. A missing question mark Romulan fleet liaison and a visiting minister of the Federation. And of course, Harmony Day. And nothing bad's going to happen on Harmony Day. Everything's going to be fine for now. Everyone who's watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And we'll catch up again next time. Bye.
Can't take my cookies.
Just definitely wanted to wrap up there because I know we were a bit over time. But I was like, I'll let this scene play out a little bit longer. But so many things. On the plus side.
I mean, we've been separate for a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone died.
Serrano's probably tired. Probably go to bed.
Ah, yeah. Weak.
Oh, there we go. And